Hello, hello, Shadow players, and happy Halloween. I hope you guys have a fun night um, and are ready for tonight's stream. Tonight is going to be a rather long one, as I have told you. It's about 4, 5 hours. It's a slow burner. It's a rainy one. Um, it's an interactive story that we're going to be reading and going through. All about we're going through some of the memories and figuring out identity, dreams, and role playing. So I'm gonna try to not rush it, enjoy, and just actually just play along. So saddle up and get ready for a long one. And I want to. I have stuff popping up my YouTube, my phone. I need to shut it off. I'll just shut it off. There we go. Phone go away. It's time for gaming. I cannot believe that we are here. It is the last day of October, and I'm still streaming. It is so nice, and so we're gonna go out with a bang. So let's shut that off and let's just get into it, shall we? Okay. I'm always nervous about opening my stuff in case it crashes, but we should be good. So here we go. I will be checking periodically to see if the sound is good and stuff. Hopefully it all works. And so yeah. So settle up, get a snack, lock your door, turn off the lights, and let's get into it. Let's have some fun. And this is not the last stream that I'm doing. This is just the last stream of the scare stream for October. But I love the whole glitchy aspect. It's so cool. Sound good, look good. I could turn the sound line off, but I'm going to leave it there just because I love that aesthetic. It is so nice. And here we go. We're gonna go through this entire thing in one sitting, like I've said. The following events have already occurred. They are a reenactment mainly purely for agricultural purposes. Welcome to Vita Mug. Administrator note new login under construction. The ACCLI will soon return. Enter with a new character, type B, beginning to log in the existing character, type R to return. For description of Veta Mug and the house rule, type L to exit, press escape. Oh, God. Oh, hell yeah. What's the new key? While you may feel like control of your environment, you are not. Legend, welcome to the world of Vero Mug. Mug stands for Multi-User Chat Kingdom. A digital world that consists of multiple interconnected rooms in order to support many users in the endeavors of role-playing. Okay? For more information on Verde, that's what it said like, Verde and its canon, please contact the current assigned administrator. Administrator, stone. Current option rules. Let's do. Why'd you type in R? I typed in C. I typed in C. You may have no choice but to relive the memories that as they play out. Rule: do not talk out of character unless it is preceded by the text OOC. This helps separate all chat that doesn't directly contribute to a role playing in progress. If at all possible, refrain from using OOC excessively in the world proper. Administrative note: we have added a new OOC tab in room for the extended OOC chat. Do not power game. Power gaming converts a large variety of inaccessible role-playing behavior. While there are many types of power gaming, a general rule of thumb is to ask yourself, am I acting unreasonably powerful? Am I forcing others to conform to my action rather than expressing theirs? If so, stop it. Do not use your words. Effective role-playing involves being as descriptive as possible. There are no scripts, hit points, experience points, or NPCs, non-player characters. Everything relies upon your own creativity, so be creative. I love it. Okay, so I'm going to try to type C again. I want to get the command. If you become overwhelmed, there is always the option to escape. Command: to speak, type say blah blah blah. Available shortcut quotation marks example. Hey guys. You say hey guys. Okay. Everyone see your name, your username. Hey guys. To emote blah blah blah. Shortcut colon. I'm not gonna remember these if I have to. This is. Oh god. Okay. So to look around. It's around. Okay. To examine someone or to see their appearance, type descriptive name. To examine your current room, type descriptive without a qualifier. Okay, so you're asking the DM to describe it. To check a traveler currently in your room, type who. To check the room exists, type where. Navigate from room to room, simply type the letters within the full word indicated. Oh boy, I'm gonna be so lost, but this seems so much fun. Okay, we'll just see how it goes. I pressed B. I didn't press return. Mark that you understand the illustrations. Please sign below. Welcome back. Please enter your username. Okay, so as I'm typing, the game is typing what it meant to. So rain. We are playing a rain. Please type your password. Note that the passwords are case sensitive. I love it. I love it. It's so cool. Thank you for entering Verdemek. Please enjoy your stay. You wake up in a deep slumber. Return to the clearing. return to. The clearing, summer. The verdant green expanse sprawled infinitely in all directions, raining, bringing in towering trees that stretch upward to the azure sky. Many travelers have made their homes here. Tents dot the landscape like anthills. The cliffs of wild birds ring throughout the canopy, betraying your perception that this is just another part of a greater forest of Fairtussy. There is a certain magic here, lingering in the trees, limbs waiting to be tapped. Other travelers nearby. Olimos, Jace yawn asleep, very asleep. Jace smiled, rain in hand. Morning rain. Smile back. Hey, Jace. How's things? Jace shrugs. Business as usual. Quiet morning, eh? You nod. Jace typing. Jace said, oh, see, Oz is over there, but he had to stop for a second. Might want to wait till he get back. Osmid, I have no idea how to say that word, that name. Left the east. A trail of petals swirled behind him like a radiant cape. Jay said, oh, see, or not, Kiki. Okay. Why, you two? Stretched looking. Stretched looking around the clearing. Missed the bed last night. What did you fall asleep on the floor? You just went to lay down and just completely missed the bed and hit the ground. Jace, OOC. Technically, logging out in the clearing counts as going to sleep in your tent. Okay. So we're kind of getting the basic run of the rules, it seemed like. Look over to Jace. You're a bit too quiet, honestly. Something on your mind? I wish I could type that fast and not spell anything wrong. Jace OOC. Okay, I'll just roll with it. Jace nods. There was a raid in a northern village in the middle of the night. It seemed the mecha beasts are on the move. Okay. Laugh. Just how is it business as usual, Jace? And what the hell are mecha beasts? They sound dangerous, but cool at the same time. Jace typing. Jace OC. He seemed to be using OC a lot. I'm trying to get things going, okay? Don't want to just idle all. Just don't want to idle all morning. Jace blinks. There's no time to laugh. Hundreds of people might have been killed in their sleep. Now, now, are you going to help me investigate or what? Oh, yeah, let's go. Shrug and pip. Hold on. Shrugged and paced between the tents. I gotta remind you of the last time you ran off on one of your escapades. Oh my god, this is so taking me back to when I used to play D&D. We had a friend group that I no longer play with, but me and my friend, we used to go on a mini escapade, and we climbed this hill to get bacon, and we ended up blowing up the entire camp. So we found an explosive barrel and we hit it and we blew up the entire fucking encampment and we thrown off the cliff. So fun. Jay said OOC. That was Oz's fault. Remember, he won't be RPing the enemies this time. Don't worry. Jace blinked again. Did you hear me? People, lives, mayhem. We stand around chatting long enough. There won't be a villa left to save. All right. I understand. Smirk. I'm just saying there's always some village that needs saving in this forest. I'm about ready for a change. I mean, I can see that. What kind of change do you want, Rain? Jay says. Fine, if you really want to get out of this forest, we can leave. But only after I'm certain that the mega beasts have been silenced. Ooh. Green. I'll remember that. The sky darkened and a low rumble shook the ground. Birds screech in anticipation of the inevitable. At first, there is nothing perceivably different about the air, but then a slow fog gets rolled in. Through that fog, you see a pair of pure white eyes open into the void. A light footstep reaches through the mist, and the rest of his form follows. Pale and silent, Oz has arrived. Jace, for fuck's sake, Oz. Oz leads to the west, a trail of petals swirl behind him like a radiant cape. Okay. God, what a grand entrance. What is a mega beast anyway? Have. Blink. That was odd. I mean, you can see the massive entrance and he turns and leaves. Jace OC. Sorry, forgot the O. Sorry, forgot the O. See that. Ignore all. He probably just messing around with spoof text. Jake Gexter to the north. Gexter to the north. If we leave now, we may still be able to make it in time. Okay. Grumble. You didn't answer my question. He kind of avoided that, didn't he? Just OC. Damn it. All distracted me. Sec. Oh. Barry yawned and emerged from a tent. Jay says, Mecha bees have Mechabees are a full construct of metal and hate. Their eyes are polished stone, providing them with whatever terrible power keep their ragged limbs, their raged limbs, thundering through the woods, terrorizing what little there is left of our civilization. Yanni yawns and emerges from a tent. Barry says, Night, Jace. Jace OC. Hey, Barry. Thanks. Remember your OC tag. Barry OC. OC. Okay. Barry says, sorry, Caps. Yeah, the constructs. Nod slowly. Our civilization? Huh? I mean, hey, if you say so. Saying a lot. Oh boy. Didn't he already emerge from a tent? Jay said, oh, see. Well, I need to look to come. Well, I needed to come up with something. That Oz decided saving the day meant nuking all the dark cult of Fairdoor from orbit and hadn't bothered setting up any more enemies since. Barry OOC. That was an adventure. That was a fun adventure. Yanni falls asleep. Jay says, OOC. Not that I minded, really, because Fairdew isn't even canon for this setting. Yanni yawned and emerged from a tent. Are you going to come and join us? Look toward Barry, distracted by the young elf arrival. You smile. Barry didn't see you there. Barry OC. I'm not young anymore. Check my description. Describe Barry. Barry logged in for 2 minutes. Description: Before you is the most beautiful elf you can think of. She had long pink hair that bounced in bouncy curls and eyes that laughed. When she wearing a pretty skimpy clothing, lol. But she had a boyfriend, so no funny ideas. Also, she isn't young anymore. She is probably early 20s or so now. Equipment, sword, and skimpy clothing. Well, that's not gonna do you much in battle. Yanni, Yanni yawns. OOC, nice. Jay says, OOC, I've got, you've got a typo in the first sentence. Also, there aren't elves in Verde. Very OOC. Damn it, did I spell beautiful wrong? No, you spelled most wrong. Didn't realize Barry's sudden change. You must have gotten a lot of sleep. Barry grinned. Oh, hello. Okay. Stop, I need to read. Aw, man. The sky darkened as a low rumble shook the ground. Birds screeched in anticipation of the inevitable. At first, there is nothing perceivably different about the air, but then a slow fog began to roll in. Through the fog, you see a pair of pure white eyes open into the void. A footstep reaches through the mist, and the rested body follows. Pale and silent, Odd has arrived. Jace says, "Oh, is he? Seriously?" Odd indicates. Ah, I know what that word is. I just can't. Erratic. Sorry, y'all. Setting up. Meet you in the north. Odd leaves the north, a trail of petals swirling behind him like a radiant cape. Yanni falls asleep. Again, you fall asleep? Stay awake. He might have, narcolepsy? Jace frowns, tapping his foot against the damp morning grass. We'll have plenty of time to discuss rapid aging elves and the existence of mecha beasts when we're on the road, shall we? When we're on the road, shall we? Very, let's see, yawn gonna lag hell like ketchup. Okay, so I'll try to read a bit quicker so I don't miss too much. Nod. May as well, after you. Jace leave to the north. Barry leave to the north. You leave to the north. Northern Forest Path Summer. No sooner do you push out of the clearing into the northern woods do the tree begin to grow more and more dense. There's a little room to breathe on the thin path of scattered bark and leaves. Branches reach out from either side, far off in the distance. The howling of some unknown beast is present known. Other travelers nearby. Okay. Oz grins from high above, perched cross-legged on a thin tree branch no larger than her wrist. Ah, fuck. I can't go up to see. Yeah. Fuck. Oz gasped. Antics. Why, Jace? Good friend. I am offended simply at the indifference. Where would our band be had that vile cult been allowed to continue its curses? Ben, Barry, Ben, Barry, OOC. We're a band? LOL. I'm drummer. Jay says the damn cultists exploded so hard you wouldn't know if they ever existed, let alone identify their leader. What if he's still out there? What if they're regrouping? We don't know. Oz raised one delicate brow with an with an ever grateful twist. He spins from the treetop, landing directly in front of the roguish Jace. You don't? But I do. Jace says, oh, right. Because you somehow managed to get information from one of the little specks of, what is it? In I know that word. I just can't say it. Just that gleam in the air, just so. Barry says, it's really pretty. Didn't indicate that. OOC. That is a flavored description. You can't quote it in character. Cross your arms, leaned against a tree. Oh boys, the cockfight's getting boring. Jace here seems to think that there's something called mecha beast attacking villagers. Know anything about the Oz? About Oz? Oz laughed, as if you need to ask. Navigator log, June 1st, 20 something. Dear Reader, I am about to blow your mind. Note that that won't actually happen until I get to the meat of the story, because like you gotta build up those things, right? Yeah. I mean you gotta set the tone, yeah. So keep your eye on the page. Keep your eyes on the page. Or, well, you know, the virtual equipment through your frames. But the mind-blowing will come. Promise. Also, please don't be alarmed. I know weird letters and whatever just show up while you're typing, while you're trying to relax. Enjoy the show, play a game, veg out. People veg anymore. Do people veg anymore? Yeah, that's pretty common. I don't. It's a weird term. Forget it. So hey, a little bit about myself first. I am what you call a navigator. Driver. I love it. Love it. Oh, this is awesome. I mean, you wouldn't know that until now, because like as far as you can tell, I'm the only one But anyway, that's what I am. Now, I don't live on the ship or have an elaborate transformation sequence or anything, so you can't drag your sailor suit fancy out of the gutter. Like, please don't. Okay? What I do navigate is the interspatial pathway that carry data from the cerebral cortex out into that wonderful bit of gadgetry resting upon your noggin and the wild wireless ether. In other words, I jacked mine data. If you want to be wrong, you can just call me a hacker. Leave that to the tech bros entrance by the power of fantasy of the past. I mean, hacker doesn't even make much sense anymore. Shit, call yourself whatever you want. No one hacking the Cernet. Nah, that takes a navigator. Me. Let me clarify. The rise of the clouds, or whatever nonsense terms to be used for internal storage, seem mythical. Shit got pretty dark. Okay? Like real dark for anyone that didn't want their info jacked. People couldn't keep anything secure. Kept getting passwords stolen, identity thieved, all sorts of nonsense. I mean, no shit, right? Passwords are just a bunch of alphabetical garbage that you throw together when you could care less about security because, man, I just got a torrent that hot new show. Surprise, you got hacked. And by hacked, I mean somebody had put a thing on your computer that popped up a thing on theirs saying, hey, this idiot fucked up. No one really bothered to change things before the past apocalypse. You don't buy a house and just cobble together your own key right then and there, right? No, of course you don't. You get a professional on that. Like, sure, someone can pick a lock, but then you got all these sophisticated security systems, attack dogs, laser drones, whatever. Laser drones, yes, I want. So what business do we have ever coming up with our own passwords? Unfortunately, for my own wealth and entrepreneurial spirit, that ship has sailed, which still does not imply that sailor shoot, so stop it. Okay, fine. Internet security fucked up, and there are no takebacks. So the past apocalypse begets the physical matter renaissance begets the cloud version. Let's try this again. Begets past apocalypse, but way worse. Begets the cerebral network. Something new. Something different. Listen, okay? The brain is weird. Yes, I know that for a fact. Like, I don't even know where I can put in the terms that doesn't sound like a 5-year-old guessing over a mashed banana. It is and always will be weird. When you got this mess of electricity squashing about this wrinkle gray thing that somehow produces all the amazing thing you're capable of, you start to get a little freaked out until the point you realize that some kind of thing happened with digital signals, but without the wrinkly parts. So forget the physical and snuggle. All cozy with the signals. The signal we create with our weird brains are all based on an imaginary line we draw between two separate things. It's like dreaming. Let's say you're writing an angry email to your boss. What the data looks like is some sort of bullshit rampage straight out of an action flick. Except it's not nearly as cool, and you'll probably lose your wallet or get a loose tooth. Because you're getting extremely anxious and clench your jaw. Why not more literal? Why not just a gentle written note proclaiming your well-intentioned feelings? Well, if our mind worked that way, and anyone could just depict your mind that I'll be extremely out of a job. If you haven't already thrown down your flames in frustration, let me bring it back full circle. What do I do? Well, I'm no mind reader. You can't read that mess. Perfect for security, right? Mind data won't require password other than the craziness shit your brain comes up with, right? Wrong. I intercept those signals before they make it to the centernet, the SARnet. Not for long, but for a brief moment in time, they're mine. In all that weirdness, and I can read them. Think about it for a second. Thoughts to dream to data. Yeah. I've seen some fucked up shit. More enthralling tale next time. For now, Navigator out. Cerebral network mind that. Oh boy. 527. 520. Where did 27 come from? 525 sets of eyes. 2 of them are green. The eyes are not looking at me. Most of the eyes are not looking at me. But all the green eyes. The green eyes are not like the rest. The green eyes are like the rest, with the exception of color. The color leaks from the celestial faucet that dripped down into the iris. It filled the eye with the color, flooding the emptiness, flooding the pools with color, dripping down into the pupil abyss. Students line the great hole, green cloaks in green water with lilies, pupils, pupiled about the pupil, kneeling, cloth flowing through ankle-deep water, bending over into endless darkness. Water dripping, pupils flipping, head over heels, fade into the dark. What? Roleplay. Okay. To get back into the story, ruined village. Twists of smoke spiral up through the branches of the northern forest. What was once a village now sits lifeless, surrounded by trees. Apology for the hack job description. We'll fill more in the room later. Odds. Available exits south into the mayor's house. Okay. Other traveler nearby, Jace Osbury, yawned asleep. Still, yawned. It doesn't seem to want to play. Barry says, "Wow, this sucks." Oz erratic. I know that word, I just don't know how to say it. I just can't say it right now. It's not clicking with me. Oh, see, I did put down in I did put in the disclaimer. Very OC. No, I meant the village sucks. It burned down. Oh, that was awesome. Okay. Kneeled at the charred remain of one of the houses. Oz, you're our expert. Are the Mechami capable of this sort of devastation? Oz runs his hand along her jaw, surveying the area. The very short flames spew forth from their foreheads, from their fearsome maws on a whim, taking all that will not yield toward their eventual fate. Nod, and rummage around in several piles of rubble, searching for discarded trinkets. I keep typing. Pace around the area. OOC. How is Odd the expert? I came up with the damn things. Odd insights. I came up with the concept. You came up with the concept, but Odd is a very well-seasoned traveler, and he has quite likely seen a great deal of the beast in action. It just makes sense. Tilt. Tilt your head and squint. I I I think I figured out where they've gone. Yawn. Yanni yawned and walked from his waked from his slumber. Oh, sorry. Oh, no problem, babe. You're here now. Jay runs over the rain, still holding the charred plank from one of the houses. What? What did you find? Ollie yawned. Of course you did. Of course you did. I've known the correct direction this entire time, and you simply waited until one of you simply came to the realization. Okay. Who seem to be one of the ringleaders of this. Ha! Have you now? Oz blinks. Yes, they ran off further north, into the foliage. He kneeled down and rubbing a charred leaf between his fingers, his thumb and forefinger. You can see where the last slick of flame left squirt marks upon this poor deer. Barry nods, yeah, that makes sense. Rolled your eyes and kicked at the bush Oz seemed fascinated by. Stop looking down there. I thought you were the expert on Mecha Beast. First, use your nose. Smell that? No. Very stiff. Jay raised a brow, touching the air. Now that you mention it, yes, it is a bit like rust. Yawn, you said. Yeah. Oz crossed his arm and inclines his head toward the burnt house. That's the smell of blood. It smells like rust. Ooh. No, I can assure you, it is literally rust. Now, face over to a collection of trees on the outskirts of the village. See these scratch marks? So the constructs are leaving rust. I mean, it makes sense. Dear, I know my room description is lacking, but you can't just make up details that clearly aren't there. Jay said, didn't you stop? But that's the whole part of playing. You build the world together. I see what Rain is trying to do. She's trying to move the story along. Ruined village. Several long stretches that There is a prominent scent of rust. The travelers. With the fog framed right, they're marking. Check your room description. Very whoa. Yeah. Uh, what the hell? I didn't write that. Stone must be messing with us. Well, whatever. Ooh. Okay, now we get into it. Okay. The music stopped. Raise a brow in the sudden silence. I can assure you, whatever made the claw marks is still in this area, possibly above us at this very moment. A shrill howl pierces the canopy, thundering down at the collected travelers. Curled snarls snake their way down the tree after tree, ember glowing from beyond decayed metal sockets. Fluid spewed from the razor maw, setting foliage of flame as it drooled out between its teeth. Very. Oh my god! Navigator taking over. Oh. Leap backward and take a defensive position. Seriously, Stone? This is not funny. This is Stone. Who? Other travelers. Okay. Oh, shut it, Oz. This is exciting. Just play along for once. Yeah, Oz, come on. Play along. Have fun with it. Jake grabs the flask on his hip, unstops it. A thin stream of water emerges, circling his head in large droplets. Barry screams and flips at the beat. At once, the ferocious mecha beasts tilt their triangular head toward the odd flipping elf. One lets out a shriek that sounds unmistakably human and launches from its perch toward the figure encircled in water. Jake raised a hand, turning three of the orbiting feared into icy daggers. He thrust forward, flinging them toward the incoming beast. Oh, fuck yeah. Scan the situation as it unfolds, looking for any sort of weakness the beast may have. Two of the daggers scrape the surface of the beast's metal exterior, carving a long scar across its fire-blackened coat. The third shattered directly on the beast's muzzle, snapping it in two. One of the shards trilled away, while the other slammed straight into the creature's eye. The eye extinguished in an instant, leaving the beast to yelp and back up. shaking his head back and forth. Odd nods. His deck of cards is ready. A happy accident, Jace. We've confronted. We've confirmed of their weakness. Strike their eyes with a ceremonious motion. He displayed the cards before him, letting each card twirl and reform into a single deck once more. Nod in confirmation and reach back, drawing an air arrow from your back. Go forth the eyes. God, this is fun. Oh my god, I'm loving this. Oh, see, you got to be fucking kidding me. Odds lead to the south, a trail of pebbles swirling behind him like a radiant cape. From a low branch, another Maccabee makes its presence known, snarling like an idle engine. Its legs are bent and ready to strike. Oh, come on. Odds left getting mad. Eek and hide behind Yanni. Save me, baby. Yanni nods and draws his broadsword. The beast in the tree remains and lets out an odd series of snorts that verge on laughter. Oh, I gotta do something. Sorry about that. Draw the unseen arrow through the shimmer of the air that is your bow, stretching back and taking aim. Let go, flinging the bolt directly toward the beast's eye. The arrow just misses the beast, who grinned with glee. As if on cue, a third beast bursts from the undergrowth, maw-wide, jaws ready to snap closed on Yanni's exposed backside. Yanni falls asleep. Shit, be right back. Barry falls asleep. Are you kidding me? Jace, Yanni, and prepared another volley of ice dagger, flinging them in the attacking beast. Just wait to see if the attack connects. Jace looked particularly anxious, wondering if the Maccabees had been hit. Who? Our navigator stopped. It's just me and Jace. Oz's gone. The hell did everyone go? Navigator log, June 2nd, 20 something. Delectable readers. The fact that you are the fact that you're now gluing your eye to the second edition of this publication means that your name is now among the list I keep under my pillow titled Death Threat Forever. Navigator. Navigator, you must have thought your eradications must have turned on me on the whole world of insecurities I never knew existed. First off, you're welcome. Second off, I'm so very sorry. So let's check out. So let's check it out. Every day I make my way alongside masses on their way to the train station. Only you know they're not mindless, because that would take away the point of making a cerebral network. The flame, the frame grasping their templates say yes, yes indeed. I have a mind and it is so busy right now you have no idea. Except I do. Ever notice how the little LEDs on the side of your frames blink? That's your mind date transfer rate. If you're old school, you'll remember something like that from your router. Don't know what that is? Don't know what that is? Good. Stay out of the internet. Stay off the internet. I hear it causes cancer. So the corrupt drones are buzzing down the sidewalk like a bunch of fireflies, sticking their butts in the air, so I can see just how busy they are. The busier they are, the juicier the data. Bit of seductive mating call to us navigator types. Get you all bothered just looking at the flickering lights. On, off, on, off, on, off, on, off, on, off, on, off. Go on. Picture that for a second. I'll wait. Anyhow, remember how I said the mind generates all the weird images as signals? They are all facilitated by the frames. The official device classification is acroneal neural interface, but on a demon is too ominous an acronym for the Japan pattern. The term frames is coined for this mass market. The interface transformed all the little electric synapses firing into one mind dat. After that, it's all glorious wireless right for the picking. So say kids. So the kids, the blinking ones, remember the juicy shit I mentioned earlier? That happened when one of those trained kids get a message from work. The company the kid worked for. Big deals. Now, in the internet days, you need some serious backdoor to get into the company's darknet, even during the past apocalypse. They destroy everything locally. Employ all those attack dog and laser drones. Big fuss for everyone involved. A cerebral darknet though. Gave me an in. Just a little. You fucked up more times you're fired memo, and it's all over. I can ride the subconscious all the way back to the source, straight to the land of you would pay how much for that intel? Reader, let me take a side. The world really hasn't changed all that much over the past decade. We have computers that tap into our brainwaves, and that's swell. But it, but it's, but is that much of a change? We have personal computers that then we had laptops, then we had smartphones, now we have frames. We have bulletin boards, then we have the World Wide Web, the internet, now we have the ShareNet. The shit we look at hadn't changed. Kids will be kids, adult will be sometime trying to deny if it ever was the kid. When I lift up the jerking hate of anonymity, we're still huge dicks. What the genius mind marketing on CERNET will have you believing. I didn't mean to click that. But have you believing that we live in a better time? Oh yes, they'll tell you that security risk and doesn't matter when your own personality and life's on the line. When your ID is your ID. Well, if you believe all that bullshit, then you're still a kid. And I'm a giant dick pissing on the parade. So, this train kid, dark, sweet sweater vest tie, legitimately attractive. The LEDs are blinking in their shit is about to explode. I don't even hesitate before I tap the signal and see what the hell is up with the kid. I'm not gonna pussyfoot about it. I've seen some, everything from dinosaurs, going baby elephants in their sleep, to atomic zombie putting on full productive Raycon and Guildstern are dead. What the fuck? In any case, here's some weird shit. The kid's mind dead imagery is fucking text. I'm talking the DOS system level shit. If you know anything about the acronym means anymore, if you know what that acronym means anymore, black string, white text, scan lines, the works. It's enough to take me off my game, nearly lose my footing, until I notice that this mind dead, it headed somewhere big. Bigger than big. Whoever deployed the kit has money and is sending their signal there. But I'm too late. The sheer absurdity of someone dreaming up a big wall of letters just hits me, and before I know it, thing's gone. Train stopped, and the stampede trembled away any hope. There was one game. Any hopes? This has the game of the century. Readers, let me tell you something. I've got fire in my blood. There's nothing that escaped the navigator, and I'm going to find this kid. Count on it. Till next time, navigator out. To be honest, I'm kind of understanding, but kind of not. It's all over the place, and yes, I'm fucking up some of the text, but it is definitely something that I can see. It just, oh my god, this is crazy insane. I love it. Holy shit. Okay. Cerebral network mind that. The S train to is now approaching. Please step away from the tracks. Do not board until the doors have opened and the train have come to a complete stop. Door now opening. Welcome aboard the S train to blah blah blah. The next stop will be blah blah blah. Now arriving at blah blah blah. Please stand back from the doors until they have opened. Welcome aboard the S train. This come aboard the S train to blah blah blah. The next stop will be blah blah blah. Now arriving at blah blah blah. Uh, please stand back. Please stand back from the. Hey man, how's it going? How it goes? How going well? Yeah, you ready for Friday? It. You know it's how. You know it's how. How's the project going? How the project go? You can't. You know I can't stay away. I can't stay any. Okay, okay. And day Nancy now arriving at blah 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 last stop. Please, alright man. Good, see you in a brief. See you briefly. For sure. Have you too. Dear God, that was difficult to read. There's too much white, so it messed with my eyes. But so I believe I'm kind of understanding what is going on. So it's everything that is being processed in thought, and so because everything you hear is also being processed in your mind, and so he's hearing all of this, and then when he's talking on his phone, it's coming up as text. Because everybody sees things differently. People can see things in pictures or 3D, but for him it's just full of text. So yeah. Okay. Description. Okay. Live from a role playing. This is description. Eastern Forest Path. Summer. The woods to the east of the clearing are lightened by a gentle rays of sun that filter down through the thin canopy of leaves. Countless travelers have flattened a wide line of leaves, bark, and dirt that wind through the dense collection of skeletal trees. Scant, scant, scant chatter of birds floats overhead. It is barely visible, but a small cottage can be seen through the foliage. No, no obvious path lead there, but you turn your gaze toward it. The trees seem to bend away in anticipation. So available exits west to the clearing, further east are Oz's house. Travelers nearby, none. We are alone. Gentle breeze wafts against your ears. You believe you hear Oz utter the words rain. If you if you'd be a dear, I'd like to speak with you about something. Okay. Frown and contemplate the awkward collection of bending trees. Pace for a moment before deciding to head in their direction. You leave towards Audit home. The interior of his otherwise humble cottage defy your expectations the moment you step inside. A carved wood aesthetic permeates the interior, seeming to be at least thrice the size of its exterior. Con exterior conways. I know that word. It's just not coming to me. Comfortable chairs line a cozy living room, and various furs cover the floor. A roaring fire blazes in an enormous heath among the walls. Books of all colors and sizes sit upon endless rows of shelves. Exits, bedroom, guest room, and basement. Traveler nearby, Oz. Oz sits calmly before the hearth, unconsciously shuffling his cards again and again. This it is a deliberate rhythm, a meditation. His eyes are firmly affixed to the flames, watching them flicker the crackling as the crackling of the fire I've never seen that word before. With the cards thrill. Carefully step inside, holding the door with one hand. Okay, hold on. Arch a brow at the giant interior, looking at the man seated near the fire. Describe Oz. Oz logged in for 52 hours. Oh, wow. A robed individual before you has many faces and names. For now, he is a goateed gentleman simply named Oz. He claimed no lineage to people of Verde, nor that he seemed to be of this world at all. He flickered indeterminately when looked upon, as if he is holding reality. Reality may fade at any moment. He arises at a time a pure white, but when a fully solid apparition, a gentle blue leaks in from the sides. The gentleman hair is not just black, but it is of a void altogether alien to the space surrounding it. The glisten of the stars can be seen in the head can be seen if the head is tilted just so. Not a sheen, no, but the stars themselves wrinkled wrinkled out from beyond the veil of eternity. He meets your gaze. He meets your gaze, and all at once and and at once you feel at peace. Equipment robed of eternal Descartes. Wow, what an amazing description. You called to me from outside. How the hell did you manage that? Oz turns, an even expression upon his face. He takes the deck in one hand, putting a face card on the side table with the other. Luck of the cards, he says, inviting Rain to take a look. Slowly approach, reaching out with a hand toward the card Oz had called out. The card contains the number 6 and an illustration of a cupped ear as if listening intently. Smirk. A spell card, I take it. Odd laughs. Very intuitive, especially for an individual native to this world. Or are you? He gestures toward the second seat before the hearth. Please, take a seat. Sit leg crossed. Sneak a glance toward the deck of cards Oz holds. Then flit your eyes back toward the fireplace. Oz smiles, fanning out the card before him. Curious? He asked. Green. I guess. Can I guess first? Odds fold the cards back into a deck, placing them onto the table. Cover them carefully with a palm. You may. You shrug. Not too elaborate, I guess. You pull a thing out of the deck. It turned into a spell, and everyone gets all impressed. Oz, Oz laughs, giving the card another shuffle. You make it sound so boring. You are at least partially correct. My powers are vast, but unpredictable. I cannot simply cast whatever I will. Like any of the vast powers, it must be mitigated by some degree of inhabitor. The cards are mine. I shuffle, draw from the top, and trust the fates that they have made the correct choice. And the fate chose for you to send a message abroad, and it chose me. Oz shrugs. He takes the cards from the table and incorporates it back into the deck. That there are not many about that I wish to speak to with all that this with all with hold on, my bad. There are not many about that I wish to speak with at this time. Jace dislikes me as something fierce, and both Barry and Yanni have not been seen since the Mecha Beast incident. He leaned back in the chair. You are a mystery, dear. No one knows a thing about you since you arrived. I would I would at least discover something to fill that large blank. Describe me. Rain logged in for 2 hours. No description is set. Equipment none. What do you see? Oz frowns. Stand up. Let me take a good look at you. I like the music. You stand before the hearth. Raise your arms and spin as if appraising yourself. Oz speaks. I see. A courageous young woman, hardened by a life spent surviving on her own. She had a particular pale white hair, falling just short of her eyes, sticking sticking out in bunches in front of her ears. She dresses modestly in a dark gray tunic and oil lettered trousers designed to withstand whatever nature tosses her way. The simplicity of her equipment bellies her and adapts command over the wind. The air itself shimmers at her back, hiding her elemental equipment. She main, she maintained an aloof attitude, one side of her mouth curled up and the retort always aimed and ready for deployment. But she does care more than she would like to admit. You nod. You're you're quite attentive, Oz. You sit back down and stare into the hearth. Oz chuckles. I do have one additional question, if you'll allow it. Why the name Rain? With your command over the winds, it would seem that your name it would seem it would seem your name oh ill fits your talents. You raise your brow at odds. It is the name my parents gave me. Silly or not, they didn't know who I'd become. I mean, that is very true. Oz nods. Only who they held in their arms soft innocence sounds an accurate description even still. You level your gaze at Oz and stand with a huff. I am neither, not anymore. A nerve seemed to have been pinched. You shrug an arm in his direction, sending a powerful gust his way, and you stomp toward the door. Why so defensive, Rain? I'll just shove my chair, though the air through the air and into the corner, laughing as he goes, even as he pauses to rub his bruised shoulder. You leave toward Navigator log through 3rd June 2020. Attractive reader. It keeps changing how the navigator approaches us. I know you like fashion. That's far from the fucking truth, dude. Fashion is my least harness skill. I like fashion, and I'm a fucking nerd who spends most of the day in an out-of-body experience poking about the dark recesses of other people's thought encryptions. Alright, I like that. Why fashion, you ask? Well, us humans have a bit of an ego. Have an ego thing going on. Mind that so frequently becomes surreal is surreal self-insertion fixed starring your most fantastical self-image. Fashion in turn informed your self-image. You may not wear it in real life, but your knowledge of it of that stuff reflects how you see yourself. Very true. The hell you care about it for, you ask? Well, I would ask if you were doing I would ask what you're doing in your head asking questions, and let's forget about that now. Simple answer, it makes for a way more interesting people watching while thumbing through some mundane mind debt. Like seriously, last thing you want to see in your sweats. Last thing I want to see is you in sweats and a tee. I'm sorry, it's just not interesting. Like that imagination. I'd rather see you as a squirrel than literally the most boring version of yourself. Why do I care so much? Well, we'll get to that, don't worry. Back to the frames we're introducing. Well, it's like when cell phone debuted. I'm sure the first nerd that toted that huge brick around thought he was the ultimate badass. Oh yeah, I'll remember that. Looks back now, of course, you're like, what the hell was he thinking? Same applies to the clunky head tumors that process frames. You think someone would have the foresight to know just what frames would be replacing and design them to be even slightly as styled and approachable as your common smartphone, right? The idea of wearing huge ass visors did not fly at all. Anyway, here's where it gets good. The great irony is the modernization of frames is what is that what we as a culture had conquered eye deficiency. We take a look at a wee little babbies and correct that shit before it gets out of hand. Brilliant, right? Glasses and contact are a thing of the past, but suddenly, bam! Guess what? You want to stay up to date with their rampaging tech stampede. Well, how about the satellite glasses to wear? Yeah, the one you just throw away. The other irony is, in a nation where more and more individuals are losing their sight from long hours in front of screens, glasses are now required to access the next generation. The eyewear industry is alive and well, jobs intact because of its technology introduced just as they were on the verge of being made irrelevant. When I'm out and about peeping to browse mind debt, I'm not exactly what you call the most incredulous individual. My personal soul is somehow between fashion long antique steampunk phase and dark loath. I think we share the same look, man. I dig it. But before you fire any synapses in the wrong direction, yes, I'm a huge weeb. That I am not. Get over it. In any case, whatever I fancy frill their good pair of goggles. So I've got these beefy green lens things on, looking smug as shit in my little corner of the train. Navigator, you say? I shoot you a glance, reminding you about asking questions in your mind before you continue anyway. You were so adamant about the whole sailor suit thing earlier. Sailor suit bullshit earlier. Why tell us what you really look like? Readers, may I answer this obvious? What is to say anything I write is the truth. Contemplate the value of the grain of salt before we continue. So here's all the fashion stuff matters. So here's why all the fashion stuff matters. I am on the train again. Same train as yesterday. Hoping I can catch a glimpse of the Tex kid next bizarre mind that. Things aren't looking so hot. Plenty of dark haired individuals, plenty of busy LADs, but none of them are the kid I'm stalking out. I'm bored, about to call it quits, when I stop looking at the details and look in the direction where these mind dads are going. With a tech kid, I paid too much attention to the details and didn't know the value until it was too late. And then I see her. I see the direction that mind dad's flowing check against my own vast memory. Sure as the shit she's a fucking coworker of the tech kid. I freak out with a little squeal and glue my eye to the data. Her mind dad is special. A woman, dark auburn hair sprawling down over bare shoulders, eyes lowered in contemplation. She sits atop an infinite rippling pool of water without reaching the surface, bare legs pulling up close to her bare chest. Chin on knees, she glances at the thin band of silver encircling her middle toe. The entirety of her focus is on this toe ring, and too does it draw my attention. And the description begins. Cetus unus. The rest is hidden from sight. Cetus unus. Crossfade from the data, those green lenses, the woman sitting on the train. That woman with the same auburn hair, the same turned down eyes, the same woman from the mind date, but clothed. This friend is why you must take care of the differentiate your self-image from reality. It just makes things awkward for all of us. Navigator out. Okay. Cerebral network mind dead. Dead number. What the fuck? I have a feeling that I should look at that closely, but I have no idea. We'll just bypass it for now. OOC. Eastern Forest Path. Summer. The woods to the east of the clearing Okay, so we've been here. The other travelers nearby is Jace. Jace OOC. What the hell were you doing at the Artlist place? You didn't cyber or something or some other gross shit, did you? Oh no. You look disgruntled as you stomp onto the path. You almost didn't know the Jace. But then you stop and look noticeably more cheerful. Ah, Jace, I didn't see you. Oh, see, uh, uh, you didn't you didn't you? You raise a brow at Jace. Why so quiet? Mech, Mech Beast attack still, still got you spooked. OC, OOC. The whole eternally in character act is getting a bit old, you know. It's not entirely forbidden to say OC, to say something OOC. Just feels like you're ignoring me otherwise. Pace, you pace and lean against a tree. I'm just worried about Yanni and Barry as you are. We both saw them disappear during the attack. It's not like I haven't been looking for them. Rain had no want to be an OOC. Rain is completely in character. You are ignoring me, aren't you? God, what the hell? I thought we were getting on real well. Walk over to Jace and place a reassuring hand on his shoulder. I'm sure they're fine. You grin wide. Now you still have a not for the forest destination you promised to take me. Jace blinks. Right. Follow me then. He reaches into a pocket for a small stone, drawing it out. Hold out your hands, he says. You hold out your hand anxiously. Jace dropped the stone into Rain's palm. It is smooth, pale, with and inscripted with the letter OOC. He revealed his own stone, identical inside and inscription. He holds it tight between his palms. A glowing light escapes through the gaps in the fingers. Jace disappeared with a pop. What? OOC. You disappear and pop. We're in the tavern. OOC Tavern. A warm atmosphere greets you as you appear within a non-conical building. The mother of spiral of sprinted discussion is everywhere. Replayed with laughter. a clunk of ale mugs, a roar of the fire, and the roar of the fireplace. Travelers from all over the world of Verde have stripped their burdens and free to convert without the boundaries of their adventure. Note this is an OOC room out of character. Chat is permitted without using OOC tags. Okay, so we're out of character now. Jace, there. Now will you talk with me? You frown. You're a dick, you know that? What? I'm alone in a room with another person for more than a minute, and you accuse me of having sex with them? What the fuck is wrong with you? You were the one ignoring my questions. I didn't even think you could break character. But, well, here we are. No, she's a good role player. Of course you were wrong. That's the point of this mech, right? Role playing. But every other goddamn line you sent out is OOC. This and OOC that. This was some kind of fucking dating service. You went out of character to fuck? Fine. But give me a damn good reason in character before you start accusing me of false sense of betrayal. Ooh. I'm sorry. I'm an idiot. You're an idiot. Yes, you are. You need to calm the fuck down. It's called role playing for a reason, not that kind of role playing. You were starting to get like one of those chat bots, you know, where you're like where you're where you're all like I like pears, but oh, I got distracted. Sorry. I like pears, and they're all like, tell me more about pears, and you keep going back and forth until the thing you go back and forth until the thing gets way too confusing and you can't obviously tell if you're a real person anymore. Brain, are you there? Tell me more about chatbot. Ha, very funny. I know I'm funny. Are you Now I'm not sure if Rain just pulled his leg or. Okay, seriously, cut it out. I had you going though, didn't I? No, not really. Anyone who yelled at me for being a dick definitely in the chat bot. Hey, so your turning test for me was to piss me off. Jay smirks. Do you even do those anymore? Training tests? I'm pretty sure I gave up on tests well before the AI could have passed. Maybe before any AI could have passed. Are you saying some could? Shrugs. Maybe. Who really knows? I mean, that is true. AI getting scaredly good. Oh. Why are you so curious? Just forget I asked. Sorry. Huh. Really, I am sorry. I've enjoyed role playing with you the last couple days. I fucked up. Yeah, you did. Don't worry about it. Or RPing, I should say, not role playing. It's RPing. So. You're terrible. What? You still want to know what Oz and I were talking about? Jay shrugged innocently. We were doing some character development. I was an idiot and forgot to put a description on this character, so he ended up writing something for me. It's not bad, honestly. He may have come off as overblown power gamer, but at least he has his heart in it. Really? I didn't know if there's any candidate for this title, Dick. Is there any candidate? If there's any candidate for the title Dick, Jake's examined you. I'll appear with a pulp. Oh, speaking of which, speak of the devil, you're just jealous. Oz raised an eyebrow. Jace, jealous? Well, I never. Speak of the devil. And he shall appear. Yeah, exactly. We were just talking about you. Oz looked at Rain. My, she is capable of speech. Highly commendable. By the way, some of us cannot wait to champ at a bit of that juicy OOC tag. Yeah, I'm working on it. If I would go and sign up for this chat room, I would have. Now, are we going to stay here all day? Or are we going to solve the mystery of the disappearing party members? Let's solve the mystery of the disappearing party members. Barry appeared with a pop. Well, mystery solved. What the hell is going on? Now where'd Yanni? Barry, where'd you go? We were really worried. Even unincorporated in into the canon. Sorry, there's some words that I know I could say. I just can't say them at this time, but I know what they mean. I know what they are. It's into the canon. Hey Barry, you okay? Yeah, I'm fine. Sorry. What happened, bud? Where'd Yanni? Good to hear. What about Jan? He left right after you did. Right after you DC'd. Barry fell asleep. So they're DC'ing. Well, it would make sense. No news is good news. Okay, Navigator log, June 4th, 20... whatever. Inept reader. Remember the naked mind that kid from yesterday? Yes. I may have kind of not really, actually stalked her. I figured, hey, the kid worked with the tech kid, right? Why not follow her after she gets off the train and see what's up? So I just sit there in the corner, smug as usual, goggle perched on the old noggin, and make uncomfortable eye contact with all the other suit and ties commuters with the thick-ripped, oversized, slim blacks, Charger held crystal-tinted frames. Nervous, nervous expression aboard all except the naked kid. That naked kid. She looks back, casually as can be, and twists her mouth in the most insignificant smile. Amidst all the gaze-averting simpletons, she dares to stare straight back through the cherry red frames. All I can think is, what'd she see? Some hipster kid with oversized goggles and a rust-colored bandana. There's not a detail for you to keep if you're keeping score. Or does she see the navigator? Does she see her own naked mind data flashing across the front of the goggles? The train approaches the final destination, the business district. The car gets packed, the train drifts across the cityscape into the terminal. It's like an orgy in there with all the blinking LEDs, all the mind data coming and going, people actively avoiding each other's eyes, and that naked kid with her half-baked smile. Train doors open, and out they go in a gasp of air. All of them gussied up, promise trumpet off in whichever megaplex corp they work for. The moment I step off the train, there is no one that would mistake me for one of them. This is the city of dreams, and dreams aren't built by the hard-working, hand-blustering types anymore. Dreams aren't made much at all anymore outside mind data. Our subconscious gets all tired of using the net all day. Last thing it wants to do when we're sleeping is come up with more nonsense. Side effects include a tighter realm cycle leading to more well-rested workers. Everyone benefits. Or do they? When you're actually dreaming, your metaphoric batteries are charging. You explore ideas in ways that your conscious mind isn't capable on its own. You need those dreams because it lets you rationalize irrationality. Oh my god, you just love it. Piece together your reality by blowing it up, making it do a funny dance, and waking up with an moment. So by taking your metaphoric batteries and blowing them all on instant messaging with your BFF, what are you doing? What is it doing to our creativity? You don't remember your mind data after you've sent it. It's just a process, a private discussion between your subconscious and frames. Off it goes. There is no just an emoji attached to another cat video. We're losing our dreams through our collective reality. Right, so that was the monster of the tangent. Kiliar, it's fucked. It's fucked, man. I miss dreaming. Naked kid gets off the train. I follow. Cut to the chase. So we're wandering down streets with a gaggle of office workers before they split toward the buildings. Most don't say much, but a few get chatty and splinter off toward Starbucks. I let the skyscraper wash over me, not daring to take the goggled off the goggled a goggled eye off the naked kid for fear of losing her. These buildings seem to get bigger every day. There are modern jungle blooming up into the clouds like the boldest of canopies. And they and even are canopied above some of them, rooftop garden popping out of the eaves eaves that dwell that dwell diddle. I can't say that word now. Ground space. Soon enough, there won't even be a ground left to walk. It's almost beautiful if you try to look up. No one in this procession does, except this naked kid. She looking up, straight up. I think to myself again, what'd she see? We get to the building. I don't need to look at the mind that flow to know that it's a precisely the building of those images were flowing to. She stopped at the front door and thrust her front pocket toward the F, the NFC lock. There's a beep and she goes in. I do not enter. What you think? What? You think I want to get shot? The guard used non-lethal force, but shit. If you saw me enter the workplace, I know you think twice. There's nothing about me that said, oh, they must work here. To be honest, I was surprised I made it this far. I made it that far. So confirmation acquired, I double back and head to Starbucks for the rest of the packs that the rest of the pack split toward. I don't order anything, I just hop over to the window seat with a good view of the office building. I turn to the mind dead frequencies. It's total chaos. I don't know what else I was expecting, but it's enough to slam my head against the padded seat. It overwhelmed me a bit, but like any kind of chaos and noise, there is a pattern. And once in the pattern, I see the oddities. It is a unique one I want after all. Text kid, naked kid. Sometimes other than that the usual shit anyone else is thinking. It's not easy, but like I said, I opened this vlog. I'm a fucking genius. Why? I found them. Text kid. Navigator out. P.S. I am aware. P.S. I'm aware just how much of a dick move it is making you wait until tomorrow. Never said I would a kind genius. Bye. True. Cerebral network mind that. Chest thumped like a drum. Nothing lasts as long as the beat. Nothing sound as deep as the pound. Nothing. Dancered on the on the desktop, trilling a tantalizing to a tantalizing sound. Mag- magnetic beats and magnetic feet, pulling and pushing out, dancing, dancing, hornet on the wall, shaking with a cervical pound, not a buzz about it anymore, not a grip about it anymore, falling after all, after all. I see. Glodora Plains, summer. A vast field, a vast field stretched across my Mithrin hills and valleys, dotted by humble stony houses and farms. The west, the east, the edge of the woods looms, while to the east, the jagged peaks of mountains span the horizon, connecting to many commonly visited locations. Locals, then dirt roads can be seen keeping the grass away. Hold on, I have to open my window. It's cold, or it's warm. There we go. Sorry, I fucked that description up. I know I did. Sorry about that. Exits available. Exit west into the woods, farmhouse, east towards the mountain. So I'm with Jace and Oz. Jace stretched his limbs. Boy, am I glad to get out of that stuffy forest. Oz huffed. That stuffy forest is my home. I'll have you remember. You smirk. Hasn't always been though. You must really love that place to get so defensive. Oz shrugs. One's home is where one rests their head after a long day's work. That cottage just happens to be the place I frequent most out of late. Dash ahead, doing your best to avoid stepping on the patch of grass that poke up the road. So what if we got captured by, say, bandits, and we slept for a week in their camp as prisoners? Do you start calling that home? Oz groans. Dear, I think you're missing the point. Dear, eh? Jace, calm down. He called everyone dear. It's annoying. She didn't call me dear. Oh, are you jealous? Do you want to be called dear? You're not a female. True. Laugh. Oh boy. Oz continued as the city picked along the path. What I mean is that we grew attached to our surroundings given enough time. I suppose, yes. If the hypothetical bandit captured us, forcing us not only into captivity but to share their accommodations, one would eventually grow accustomed to them and become attached to that locale. But I believe it would take far longer than a week for a home-like feeling to kick in. And even still, that would be some sort of delirium or some psychological disorder. Jace raised the brow. Say what? In layman terms, you'd be straight up nuts. You spin to face odds. What if, say, Jace and me are actually the hypothetical bandits? This whole world is our camp, and your cottage is actually the accommodation we've set up for you to feel as much at home as possible. Ooh. That's good. Oz laughed. Then I suppose I'm either further gone than I initially thought, or you're the most kind-spirited captor I've encountered. Jace paces, kicking a few stones. You've been held captive before, then. Oz frowned. You've been held captive before. Oz frowned, looked at the tall grass as they passed by. Of course, live as long as I have, you're bound to make enough enemies, and one of them is bound to hold you prisoner for one reason or another. I'd rather not mention the details, but to answer your question, yes. In fact, I'm surprised they haven't tracked me down in this world as of yet. Jace blinks. So you're on the run? Oz shrugged. Technically, I might be dead were it not for the luck of the cards that sent me here. Okay. You eye Oz. Your luck seemed to be pretty good. You ever get solid draws out of that thing? Because if not, I'm calling bullshit. I mean, yeah. Does he have a balance? Jace smirks and spins the little orb of water on their fingertips as they walk. Bet that's how you got into this whole mess to begin with. Oz said nothing. Jace says, that's it, isn't it then? A bad draw. Turn back around and jog to catch up. So why do you keep using them? Oz remains silent for a time, then speaks up. It's all I know. It's like you said. I'm a captive of fate. I'm a captive of the fates. I do what they will of me. The only control I have is when I invoke their intention, their intervention. Should I intervene for a second? Oh man. I have to keep wetting my throat. This is insane. You scan the field with a vacant look. How exactly is wandering about outside the forest helping us track down where Barry and Yanni disappeared to? I don't know if I'm saying that Yawning? Hey, you're the one who wanted to get out of that place. The reason is quite obvious. Cards. Barry arrived from the east. Cards. Cards? Barry says. Barry OC, LOL. What's going on, guys? Blinks and runs up to Barry, joining the others. Okay, so now the music have changed. Now there is no music. Jay spins. Barry, where in Vendetta did you come from? Where did you go? Oz smiles. Young miss, I'm glad you're safe. Barry, oh, see, I'm fine. Can we just pretend I fell asleep or something? Jay says. We were so worried. Still so worried. Jay coughs. Very see. Okay. Oh, and he staggered a bit. Ooh. Barry says. The thing got yawn. I barely made it out. Ooh. You frown and take a hand to Barry's forehead. You look terrible. You should get a bed and soon. You should get to your bed. You should get to a bed and soon. Oz rubbed his chin. Barry yawned. Is he back in the forest where we were? Where you were taken? Barry, oh, see, I wasn't in the forest. We appeared in the farmhouse. Barry mumbles, points to the farmhouse. He's in a coma. Barry, just extend a hand. Come on then. You can show us where Yanni is. Barry takes Jace's hand. Thinks this way. Toward the farmhouse. Barry leave toward the farmhouse. Jace leave toward the farmhouse. You leap towards farmhouse. A peaceful farmhouse with a sofa, kitchen, and a few beds. stone back. A light foot A light footstep reaches through the mist, slightly arriving, signaling the arrival of Barry points, seeking in a coma. Jace rushes over to the bed Yanni is laying upon, resting a palm on his shoulder. He lifts his wrist to check his pulse. Sure enough, she is right. He's alive, but only barely. Why would I lie? Sorry, Barry. We're trying to catch up. We're all trying to catch up. Oz seemed to be lost in thought, fingered idly tapping the deck of cards at his side. Jace crushed it down, letting a trickle of water flow into a palm and spread out. He pressed it against Yanni's forehead. You look at Oz. You're not thinking about using those things, are you? It's one thing to whisper a little message in my ear. Something else entirely to focus on a comatose kid. Oz began to shuffle the deck. I have to do something. What else can we do? Have you heard of wishing somebody back from a coma? Jace looks back at Oz with a glare. Are you listening to yourself? This isn't just a normal old low-key unconscious thing. He disappeared before our eyes, right along with Barry. And then he reappeared, and now he's out of it. Obviously something happened to him. If we find the Mega Beast, we might be able to find some way to reverse it. Oz doesn't flinch. And where do you propose we do that? Wherever those beasts are. They have some way of fading between worlds. Suppose they don't wish to be found. Would it be possible for us to track them down? Barry, oh, see. Wow, you guys are on the roll, Barry. Well, maybe we look here. Maybe we look where, yeah, hold on. Well, maybe we look here where we appeared here, right? You smiled. See? All you boys need a little common sense. Jace, you're with me. We're searching the second floor for any sign of those beasts. Barry, you stay here and keep my eye on Jan. What about Oz? Make sure Oz doesn't do anything reckless. Barry nods, you betcha. Jace nods as well, taking a cautious hand through the railing. He begins the descent. You hop on the stairs after Jace. Oz frowned, continuing to idly shuffle the deck of cards while watching the two head up to the dimly lit second floor. He twitches, fighting the instinct to draw one more card. Barry moves to yawn and wraps his arm around him. And wraps his arms. Hang in there, babe. Hang in there, baby. Barry says, "Stop shuffling." They said nothing reckless. I looked down, realizing just now what he had been doing. "Apologies," he said, patting the deck and placing it into a bag. Jace looks back at Rain. "You take the left bedroom, I'll take the right." You frowned. "Seriously? There's only two of us and you're planning to split up?" "Nope. We're both taking the left." I mean, yeah, if you run into the beast. Ooh. Within the bag, the card began to grow warm. They trembled, like an itch waiting to be scratched. Ooh. Love it. I'll try to ignore the sensation. He takes a seat in the chair facing Barry and the unconscious body of Jan. "I'm sorry, all. This had to happen to you," he says, and he said in an evenly measured tone despite his growing unease. Barry smiles. "It's okay." Barry says, "I know he's going to be okay." Jace takes a deep breath, raising his arm to the closed wooden door. "Are you ready?" he asks. You say, "Of course, that's why I'm here." That's why I'm here. "Yeah, but I just wanted to check before." "Just shut up and open the door already." The cards burn. I love it. Oh my god. I'm so enthralled. Barry said, "We haven't been together long, but I trust him." Oz nodded, and Vito's sweat trickling down his temple. Barry said, "He saved me when I almost died, so he can't die." "I know it. They burned." Oz grits his teeth. Jace grips the handle tight, turning it with the smallest of gestures until he hears a click. Oz reaches for the cards. Oz grunts and yanks his arm away forcefully. Barry said, Oz, what are you doing?" Oz bats his own arm away, making another gasp, another grasp for the slim pieces of wax paper ever so close. Jay slowly pushes in on the door. Oh my god! Oz makes a hurried attempt to wrestle his bag away from his body. Everything to get those damn things away from him. Oz swings a powerful fist toward his own gut. Winding himself, he thrusts a hand into the bag's pocket. He's fighting with himself. What the hell? You groan. Hurry it up, Slowpoke. Oh, it's me. What? I shove his shoulder into the door from behind Jace. Jace yelps, tumbling headfirst into the darkened room with Brune just behind. Barry runs into Odd to stop and nothing. Runs into Oz. No, stop. It's nothing stupid, okay? Oz finally deflects Barry's assault out of pure instinct, eyes wide as he realizes what he's done. He staggers back, mouth agape, as one last breath reveals that he dropped the card upon the ground. They flitter onto the hardened wood like autumn leaves. Yet as Oz surveys the dim room, he sees that one card is not like the rest. The one that lies face up on Barry. The one face up, Barry collapsed to the floor, glaring back at him with burning embers. Oh, see. And scene. Who is interjecting that? That's not Stone doing it. I think one of these people are either the navigator or the kid that the navigator is following. Not sure. Navigator log, 5th June, 20 something. Ludicrous literates. In case you are curious, I have some rumors for leaving. I have some remorse for leaving you hanging yesterday. Literally. As soon as I hit send, I forgot the huge knot. I felt a huge knot weld in my stomach. I honestly don't know what came over me, but I thought I should let you know. It did, however, get me thinking about the concept of curiosity and agency. Specifically, how the two work together. I am not proud of it, but literally since beginning these logs, I have been appealing to your curiosity with wild, brash statements. Doing so, I maintain a sort of grip on your goal-oriented decisions. You may hate me for my brash nature, but ultimately I hold your curiosity. True. Why? It's nothing so different from a scam company claiming that a weird little trick is going get rid of a male pattern baldness, save you money on car insurance, or make you $500 an hour from the comfort of your own home. You're being hypnotized. Oh boy. Not a believer? No. Don't think it's possible. What if I told you that you're hypnotized right now? Reading, watching a video, getting engrossed in any sort of action that demand your concentration is in the form of hypnotism. So speaking the truth, I am fully engrossed in this. It is a hyper-attentive state where everything you perceive that your mind is so real. That's how you get lost in stories, allowing things the simple world to come to life in ways only your mind is capable of rendering. Think about what frames do. They empower your mind to encrypt your communication as dream imagery. But it also does the opposite. It accepts that imagery and the pure minded and decrypts it back into rational information. Why is it able to do this? Because every moment we use our frames, we're open to suggestion. We're being hypnotized day in, day out. Because that is the only way we interact with the Citronet. Adults in the hypnotized state are in fact a lot like children, much as they loathe to admit it. Capable of grand adventure without leaving the comfort of their own homes, able to imagine themselves in entirely different lives than the one they truly live. It's a wonderful form of escapism, and it's a shame. And it's a shame to have that broken. Just how legitimate is everything you're receiving via mind data? Are the messages you send being received as you sent them? I'm sure your subconscious will keep that doubt coming back for quite some time now, with or without you. But that's enough of introspective bullshit. Let's get back to business, shall we? Yes, please. There are certain things you expect to see in a corporate office: elevators, cubicles, water coolers, ominous counter, corner offices with impressive titles on the door like Senior Manager, Director of Junior Management Coordination. Holy shit. That one guy with the unfortunate mustache who always asks what's going on this weekend and gets ignored because fuck that guy. What do you expect? What you didn't expect ever is a jungle book. I'm not seeing you. There is a literal door that says jungle room on it. I mean, I didn't physically go in there, but what else would be in the jungle room but the jungle? Let me sit back for a moment. Remember that naked kid? Yeah. So before she stepped into the office, I tagged her. Not in any sort of physical wiretapping kind of way, but in a metaphor, the metaphor fits. I put a tap on our mind dat signal. Ever wonder why I call myself a navigator? Here's why. Finding into major corporation on train is all fine and dandy, but the real meat of the job comes from the need to extract some data. That required a target and a tag. The tag let me literally tag along. What she sees, I see. What she hears, I hear. What she smells, well, if I had some sort of artif- olfactory, what's it, I'd probably get that too. But smell-o-vision is still not a thing. So whatever, it's not important. So I'm sitting here in Starbucks across the street with dim lenses and big muffy headphones. They become they become my second eyes and second ears. She's in an elevator. "Morning, Dana," said the voice. Suddenly I know 100% more about this kid. Experiences experiences the sense of another human being is like playing the first person shooter. Whenever you get overly scripted bullshit at the start of every game and you are just watching and waiting for the inevitable betrayal or whatever makes the character ultimately decide they're about to shoot the dude in the face. Except instead of face shooting, you just keep watching the scripted bullshit until something exciting happens. Like turning to face a door and seeing a signed jungle room. Look, I won't lie. I'm as weirded out by this room as you possibly are. But the real interesting bit, unfortunately, had nothing to do with it. Dana, who I will continue calling Naked Kid, walked past it, unfortunately labeled door, and round the bend. She crossed the cavernous walkway that opened up into glass walls on both sides. Looking down onto the fifth floor cafeteria surrounded by greenery. And she reached a new door. One even more conspicuous than the last. It's blank and very locked. At least 4 step locked. In fact, I count them as she walked and wait for the door to open. She doesn't step back, just waits there. Eyes focused intently on the edge of the door, on where the door meets the frame. The door cracked open. Suddenly my perspective is smooched up against a surprised face. A familiar face. It's Tex Kid. "Hey babe," said Naked Kid, backing a little. Tex Kid smiles, brushing fingers against their lips, looking as cute as they had on the train. They blush. "Not at the office," they said. "Ah, come on," she replies. You're all alone in there, right?" They gave her a look. "Not for long." "You gonna be around tonight?" she asked. They give her a pained look. "Work." You got a bed in there?" she says. I could almost feel her pout. "Look, I'll message you when I get a spare moment, alright?" She nods. They smooch faces together again. Tex Kid shut the door. Naked Kids head back to her cubicle. Footsteps a slow prod compared to the swift pace before. She seemed bummed out by her presumed partner behavior. I'll be honest, so am I. Got a tech kid working on something that's secret as shit. And And more than anything, I want to know what it is. One last thing she does catches my eye. She sits down at her desk and takes a long stare into nowhere, then down at one of her hands. Sitting pretty on her finger is a ring. But not just any ring, a silver ring that had rested upon the toe in her mind. Ah. She turns it slowly and I'm able to see the full inscription. Titus honest, Titus nautilus, nautilus, nautilus. One witness and no witness. My only thought as I look through her eyes, if only you knew. Navigator out. Cerebral network, mind that. We're being watched. Hey baby, not at the office. Come on, you're not alone. Wait. Come on. Come on, you're all alone there, right? Not for long. You gonna be around tonight? You got a bed in there? You got a bed in there? Looks like you... Look, I'll I am you when I get a spare moment, alright? Alright, stay in there till I get a word. Now, where were we, Rain? Wait a minute. So if we're in Data's mind, is she playing as Rain in the text story? Ooh. Muck. Holy shit. This is intense. I fucking love it. OOC Tavern. Okay. So we've seen that inscription before, so we are in there with Jace, Oz, and Barry. LOL, that was intense. Jace exhaled. I didn't think I could make it through your stupid bet. What bet? Rain and I bet Jace that he couldn't get through a single RP session without breaking character. Ooh. You have no idea how many lines I had to delete for that. Oh, okay. Well, you made it. Gloriously even. Oz, I'm not even mad about your dumb theatrics. That wasn't Oz. That's not Oz doing that. That wasn't entirely under my control, you know? Stone was there too. And he seemed pretty insistent on getting all antagonistic on us. Really? I didn't even notice he was around. creepy. Why didn't Stone ever come out and chat? I've only ever seen him mysteriously appear in rooms, doing some spoof text, then leaving. Doing spoof text, then leaving. Jake shrugs. That's how Stone works. He may even be more hardcore than you, Brain. No, he's heard from OC OOC outside of Mug login text and admin notes. Oz. He's the administrator, which means he can log in and out, enter and exit rooms all without displaying any text. It's required of the rest of us to keep our characters in the world at all times, but an admin may as well be role playing in the world itself. He had a log of everything that occurs of regardless of a room it transpired within. So does Oz have the ability to spoof text? Interesting. How do you know all this? I mean, it's probably just common knowledge if you're used to the room or to the space, I should say. Oh, you don't know? Oz used to be admin before Stone. Oh. Oz nods. A vast majority of the room we've been role playing in are my creation. Stone took over when I felt more inclined to play a role than maintaining the fiction. Barry says, "Whoa, cool. I made the farmhouse, lol." Oz chuckles. I noticed. It is your style. It has your style about it. I can work with you on elaborating a bit more, perhaps. The description is fairly limited. Perhaps we could work on it together before going back into the thick of the plot. Barry glows. Oh yeah, that'd be great. Thanks, Oz. Oh, that's cool. So how long has Muck been going? There are never many people on, other than you guys. Well, it's been coming here. I've been coming here for a good few months or so. Oz would know more, obviously. The Mug has been running for several years when I took over as admin. I'm not certain how long exactly, but it's always been a labor of love. A relic, really. You rarely see any more than text form lately, role-playing via text input ancient. But not to me, it's still the pure form of creativity. Not many get to experience the joy of writing collaborative in real time. I'm gonna get that Oz is the text kid. And Rain is Dana. You smile. That's a nice way to put it. So since he sees everything in text, it would be obvious that he would love to play in text. That's how he sees. Jace nods. It's nothing award-winning, but it's ours. Yeah, you own it, bud. It's fucking cool. I'm enjoying the hell out of this. I don't know if you guys are. I'm sorry if it's not, if you guys are not, but I love this. This is so right up my alley. I love it. Precisely. We live in a world where you can get lost in subconscious fantasy realm populated by imagination of millions. Yet the texts ground us in our personal expression, a level of control that one can fully own. Love it. Oh my god. Right? That's basically what Jay said. Chuckles. Right. Oh my god, I just realized something. What? What's up, buddy? Why why is this called Muck? I thought you knew. It stands for Multi-User Chat Kingdom. I know that the stupid Verde ruled by a queen that it should be queendom. I know. Jake laughed. I don't think that's how it works. Well, Mug doesn't have to doesn't have much of a ring, but I suppose it retained its pronunciation. I'm glad you're well versed in your canon, Barry. I didn't know. Barry smiled. Yeah, it sucks. I suck at writing, but I know what I'm doing. I hear you, Barry. I fucking hear you. Shake your head with a laugh. Well, we'll have to talk more about the elf thing. I don't doubt you know what you're doing, but it's hard to tell sometimes. What with how you type. Yeah. Very sad. Yeah, I never been good at words. I talk. I've never been good at words. I talk just fine, promise. You ever do any RP voice chat or in person? Oh yeah, plenty. It's not as good though. Really? Chuckles. I agree. But I'm curious why you think that. It's just embarrassing. I don't like my voice. Hitting on that, Barry. I feel that. Have you tried using a sort of speech text app? What? I never even thought about that. Barry falls asleep. Jace blinks. Laugh. Well, maybe we'll find out. We'll find out what the full pronunciation and capitalization Barry sound like soon. Shade said, who knows? Oz, what is their stony anyway? Seemed like Barry and Yanni, they're always here, but Yanni barely said the thing, and Barry Well, your guess is as good as mine. They've been here since I. They've been here longer than I have. Raise a brow. You serious? But they've always been like that? Or maybe I have it backwards. Odd nods. There were others, of course, many others besides the two of them. They're what remained, oddly enough, of what I refer to as the old guard, the generation prior to my own. What happened to them? Oz said, again, I'm not certain. I was adamant, so I never participated in OOC talk much. If I had to guess, I'd say that they either got too caught up with work, got married, or otherwise moved on. Well, that's a damn shame. I can only imagine what the place would feel like full of people. Oz chuckles. Not too different from how it is now, really. Even with a fully stocked roster of players, most just idle about in the clearing you spawn in, chatting there and making private room to go in off on their own adventures. It must not have always been like that, though, right? All the mugs start as a single room and expand out from there. Oz nods. We babble before we talk. We talk before we run. We walk before we run. Well, yeah, but but what did that have to do with this place? Just waits. Must be typing a novel. Goddamn Oz. Holy shit. If you think about it, the development of this collection of rooms is a lot like our minds our minds expand over time. When we're born, we have a finite number of concepts available to us. Our capability to solve problems is binary, but we either remain silent and connect content yeah, silent and connect in content, or we try and express whatever misgiving we may have. Eventually our opinion grows and we build out our rooms in all directions. From the central binary reasoning unit, instead of heading just west toward the expanse, commitment, or east toward the dysfunctional, our option branch further and further toward the minute. We use language to inform our option crude at first, like our dictionary, and eventually toward our expansive vocabulary available to our chosen language. What we end up with is a construct not just capable of expressing opinions, but able to consider them and debate them. Yep, okay. Okay, sec, reading. Okay, you're making an elaborate analogy, an elaborate analogy to the physical space of Mug. But what about the players? What are we? We're the decision makers, the electrical synapses within the mind that flow a certain direction, deciding the outcome of its deliberation. Jay smirks. Well, we are doing a shit job of it, sitting here and talking about the nature of the online universe. Grin. Much as I'd like to agree with you, Jay, we should wait for Barry to return before getting back to it. Groans. Jake groans. With more spotty she's with how spotty she's been lately. Rain is correct. At least let's wait an hour. If she isn't back by then, we're presuming she's unconscious. Nod, like her mystery yawn, like her mystery yawn. Jace grins. Nothing mysterious about the magical coma induced of being dragged across the border of worlds. June 6th, 2020 XX. Wistful witnesses. I've been putting together a lot into the concept of being an observer. Who isn't anymore? We're all witnesses to something every day, no matter if we like it or not. The entire past apocalypse was built upon the bones of our privacy, picked clean by vultures that decided to loot the skeletons of a billion close closets upon the unsuspecting masses. Stripped bare, our world was a fully automated system of appearance recognition and check-ins. Beyond the 20 plus years of its men's prior to its collapse, the internet licked its gaping maw and hundreds of million eyes open to observe reality and pass judgment. Camera, phone, webcams, built into every computer, all observing the world, providing real-time feedback on its infinite flaws. It is the age of brutal honesty. And what we have been once a realm of autonomy, persona, and inverted personalities, our skins were shed, left us naked for all the world to watch. Most couldn't turn their heads. News outlets across the globe fed bullshit stories after clickbait articles into stream, drip feeding misinformation into our honesty-prone information sockets until we can no longer tell the difference anymore. The response, of course, we greatly undigested conglomerates that we have been rolling about in acid of the internet stomach scented bared its shame. The scorn anonymous masses, most not even knowing the days of anonymity, but sharing in split anonymous and unconsciously deciding they could not be abated. When the phrase "sorry got hacked" became common as just has had cereal for breakfast. Well, shit something going on. When your entire online culture is constructed out of a series of assumed truth, with people behaving completely unlike themselves without disturbing the stream of their reality, yet that's a tumor, a tremor, whoops, tremor. When the faithless mind slugs are crawling into the skin of established personas and directing the course of their observed lives. This is a bomb stuffed with the finest power of trust, ready to be blown to shit if it affects the most visible people in the world. No one could be trusted. Faces were as good as pieces of paper washed away in a downpour. Everything, everything that we built up over the countless years, gone, reduced to collective fuzzy signals among smashed cameras. Consider where those actions led. Consider what we have now. How is it so different? How is it not worse? How are we now observers of reality that cannot be altered, hidden, or defriended, as seen through the very eyes of its participants? The concept of collective sub-reality that lies just beneath the surface is an enticing one. It's one that had been written about in fiction for years. What is most secure about your own mind, your own thoughts? What is better proof that there is your own identity than the fact that you exist and your memories are the same as they were yesterday? But they are they? If you had another person's memories, you could tell the difference. Could you tell the difference? Or could you actually, in fact, know that person? Friends, even within my large bias, I have to admit that yes, we are mostly secure about today than we were yesterday. The subtleties of the mind are far greater security mechanism than alphanumeric code. Yet never, not for one moment, think that we are better off. Depressed yet? Good. It's time to lighten the mood with further adventures of your truly. Neither Tex Kid nor Nick Kid was on the train this morning. I figured they took a sick day to abscond together or whether. With both of their absences, it was almost back to business as usual. Except today I'm sitting on the train ignoring the flashy mind debt, thinking to myself, why not go for a change of scenery? So I do. I get off the train at whatever stop and navigate to the nearest park. People like a good park. Seemed like everyone does today, because as soon as I arrive, I notice way more activity than my usual train going. There's a couple of guys walking their dogs, sending mine dash full of shit in plastic bags. There's there are some jogging in sweats that absolutely do no need any help protecting their self-image. There's a couple of kids, literally ones, on swings, thankfully not fully equipped with frames. But there's one kid, figuratively, who was staring at them from a bench across the way. Guy dripping in full-on creep vibe. His mind date's curious. Won't lie, first reaction to seeing this mid-40 guy staring at children is stay the fuck away from that mind. But I'm gonna dip a toe in that pool and have it and check the ripples. Turned out he didn't have kids on the brain at all. I tap in, and at once I feel a rush the exhilaration. He's flying. There's nothing that excites me more than a flyer. Flying is the purest form of data transfer. It's slow as hell, but the adrenaline rush you get is second only to sex. Not many kids are flyers. Not many realize that they are. We spend our subconscious on mind data transfer, so the pleasure of flying dreams is just wasted. It's hard to catch a sense due to the slow transfer speed. Their LEDs aren't that seductive. But there's the kid, wings spread. He's got literally wings sprouting from his back, soaring above the city. I just close my eyes and bask in it, almost forgetting why I'm there. But the next image of it transfer makes me stop dead in my tracks. He shifts perspective, focusing directly on the literal kids. They kick off, leap, and transform. A bead of sweat melts down his jaw. The next image comes rapid fire. The kids have fully transformed into doves, flopping out of the pocket into the sky. The flyer, his hands and feet transform into razor sharp talons, skew the dove straight in their snowy chest. Fuck this guy. I stand flipping between green tinted vision and further update of this pervert sick mind of the stream. The fuck he's thinking, I wonder, trying to pace myself in light of more and more panic desperation. Check the direction. The data isn't going far. Do they have an accomplice? A client? Who the fuck would want two girls dead? He's just a psychopath. Life blogging his sick escapades. All of a sudden I get the itch in the back of my mind. It says to me, why do you care? You're not some fucking hero. You break the law. You profit off someone's private information. But what would you have done? If you saw a note on the street saying, I would like to kill the children, wouldn't you do whatever it took to stop it? Hell yeah. Unless you're a coward. Unless you're me. But I was feeling stupid today. There was a stupid fire raging because I spent the whole fucking day thinking about how to get into this mess. Thinking, man, fuck, Carl Jung got it all wrong. The only collective unconscious we got is the inability to descend to be decent fucking human beings. The kids stand up. He walks off out of the park. Of course I tag him. Sun's already starting to set, so I jog to catch up. He looking at the street sign. I see it. I'm there. He rounds the corner and runs straight into me. My fists bunch up, dress billowing all dramatic, and plenty of stupid fire burning behind goggled eyes. He just stands there dumbfounded until I speak up. The fuck are you doing? Huh? She says. I want to punch his hawing face in. Those kids don't know what you're talking about. Saw you staring something fierce, man. You crazy, he blurts out. Think I'm some kind of pervert? Beats me, I said. You're the one staring at kids. I see it mind that set off an image the moment it reaches wireless. One punch straight in my jaw. I beat him to it. I kick him right in the groin. Tail dash. Turn tail and dash off. I'm down the street. Except his message got through. Some mass shadow emerges from the blurry peripheral of my escape. A punch to the gut sent my vision breathing into the black fur far faster than the pain reaches my noggin. I feel it and more then I wake up. Smelled like shit. Turned out I'm in a dumpster. A dumpster with something heavy as hell keeping it shut. Couple banged on the lid and the exhaustion kicks in. Weird as it seemed, I am thankful for that in that moment. Thankful I'm still alive. Hoping the kids are too. But most of all, I'm thankful for the wireless because, well, how else would I get this log to y'all? When I get out of here, I'm taking all of the showers forever. Never get her out. What the fuck? P.S. Did you see a dumpster with rocks or some shit on it? Can you play Get Me Out? Hearts. What in the fuck? Cerebral network. Mind that. Oh my god. Up here, there's no limit. Up here, there cannot be. To think otherwise is to dilute oneself of nature. Dilute oneself the nature. of what it soars within the blue. Up here, the blue is mother and father and all relations. We bow to him, we dip down through the puffs of turbulence. We behold her glory and ascend into the far reaches of the infinite. The blue smiled as best he can, and she opened her invisible gates. We pass through it in knowledge that to worship is so but temporary. Yet up here time is extended. Up here, for each moment is an eternity in an embrace of blue. Even when the sky is dark, gray, and full of hatred, there is always blue beyond. Praise be. Oh, getting all kind of religious on you. Vortex. Alright. Farmhouse. This quaint little house is modest by all measures, but all the more cozy for it. There are a number of beds on the main floor and a comfortable sofa that faces a blazing hearth. To the south, to the side of the main room, there is a fully stocked kitchen with numerous pans lining the walls on little hooks. Between both rooms, a series of stairs curl up into the second floor, where several more rooms line the hall. Okay, so we're there with Jace, Oz, Stone, and Yon. And Yon sleeps, so Barry's not there. Oh, excuse me. Okay. Holy shit. Whoops. Oh, OOC. Okay, before we dive back in, let's recap where we're all at before the break. Oz is staring agape at the flush of cards having spilled on the ground, one of them facing up on Barry with an image of a creature with cold for eyes. Barry is, by all accounts, unconscious from the blow. Jace is laying his stomach down on the floor in a dark room after Rain rammed it open. She is currently on his back. Okay. Slap Jace OC. You slap Jace OC. Jace laughs out of character. You are crushing your elbow into Jace's shoulder blade. It must be quite painful. Jace totally doesn't mind. OOC. Curtains up, stay in character, kids. Woo! From beyond the veil of darkness within the second floor room, a grotesque howling surrounds the two travelers. I love it. Oh my god, this is so cool. Jace wrestles his way up. Oz kneeled down, one hand on Barry's forehead. Wake up, he mutters. I didn't mean. He reached out with another hand to the fifth card, but reeled back as soon as he sees the illustration. You spring to your feet, looking around in an attempt to see what lies before you in the room. The car radiates a dark energy, beginning to dissolve into some vi- volatile substance. You don't ignore the car to fate. Oz cried out and quickly grabbed the cards. In the darkness upstairs, 20 grow 20 glowing coals stare back from the dark. One began to emerge, its rusty maw snapping open and shut, as if it slavered oil from between its razor teeth. Salivates oil from beneath its razor teeth. Sorry about that. You jerk backwards. This is definitely not good. Come on. You grab Jace and start out of the room toward the stairway. Jace is hoisted up and away from the encroaching circle of monsters. He finds his own footing and dashes toward the stairs. The card that Oz grabbed away continued to dissolve, dripping down his palm into his sleeve. His neck inhale is rough, metallic. Oh, sorry, I'm there waiting for more to come, but I have to actually interact. Sorry about that. Tear down the stairs, you nearly reel over when re-emerging into the living room and see the scene before you. Oz, what the hell? You shout in a growing crescendo. Jay struggled to catch up. Oz pulled out his hand, a blank look in his eyes. Cards, he choked out, desperately pulling back his sleeve, feverishly watching the progression of the dark remnant of the wax material. Quickly surveying the scene from the fallen Barry to Oz's predicament to the 52-car pickup or whatever it is. Jace, also assessing the situation, comes to a hesitant conclusion. Rain, you get the cards. I'll see what I can do for Oz. Nob, gather together as much of the deck as you can manage. You gather the rest of the cards with little wind gusts until the whole thing is assembled. Jace loosened the water from his pouch, taking a sphere of it in Oz's palm. Oz, Oz jerks his hand away involuntarily. Jace, Jace says, "Hold still, Oz. If there's something, anything I can do, I need you to stay calm." The water evaporates when it hits the black substance coating Oz's palm and wrist. It does begin to halt the flow, however. Begin shuffling the cards, thinking out loud. Sure as hell hope this works without Mr. Wizard pulling the tricks. You're gonna pull the card. Rain's gonna pull the card. The yell from upstairs grows louder and louder. You hear the clank of the claws begin to descend. Jace throws a glance toward Rain. What? What are you doing? Continue to shuffle the card. The damn thing got us into this mess, and they're going to get us out of it. Oz coughs out a weak no. He grasps at his sleeve, like it isn't all he had left. Forming up the deck, you look anxiously at it. You glance toward Jan on the bed and Barry on the floor, Oz just nearby. Here we go, you mutter. Before closing your eyes and drawing the top card, you slowly open one eye to take a peek. Ooh. The card pulsates with blue glow. On it is the number 0 and an image of a swirling vortex. The walls of the farmhouse shake violently. The card prides itself on rained grass. Spinning in the air, more and more beasts begin to form up and tear down the stairway. The card trills, opening a gaping circular maw. The very image of the card. Jump in. You nod. Alright, here we go. Jace grasps. Here we go. Here we go? Do you even know where that goes? You say, nope, but it's our best option. 2 unconscious and 1 on the verge of losing his mind. Us 2 and 20 really angry things about to make us very uncomfortable. Grab Barry, I've got Yanni, and in we go. Jace grunts, lifting Barry onto his shoulder. He turns, making sure Oz is capable of moving on his own. Oz nods, grits his teeth, moving toward the vortex. Carefully lifting Yanni into your arms, looking toward everyone to confirm the plan, then dash into the unknown. Oh, whoops. Where? Available out vortex. You leap toward. Holy shit. 7th June 2020. 2023. Ravaging renegades. They talk about drugs. Oh boy. I know this seemed like a non-sequitur. I know that word. I just can't say it right now. A non sequitur. Sequitur. I know it. I just can't say it right now. But hear me out. You know the war on drugs? Yeah. Yeah. No bullshit. It was a thing, and it's all been a bit silly these days. Pretty much everything legal is back. Then go into legalize for legitimate users, so the government could actually regulate, appropriate, and fund rehab centers and all that. It generally worked out better than police brutalism. But it did actually get people off drugs. The answer no. But will work out that way. Reading this came up is, well, I'm stuck in a dumpster and another soul been kind enough to let me out. What they have been kind enough to do is provide me the juiciest mind debt yet. Not as good at texting, obviously, but you're running low on oxygen in a condensed trash pile. You take what you can get. So I'm doing my best to recline, giving the lid a few kicks every now and again when I hear shuffly footsteps come down the street. Turned out that Perv and the Hulk that knocked me out aren't only creeps, they're frequent the place. There's a bit more mumbling that I can't pick up on. Generally, what the kid said is something dumb shit. I won't repeat about setting up a drug deal. Imagine the most embarrassing CSIS attempt at setting something up at a back alley deal, and you get the gist. Can't even see what the lady looks like, but I know it's hilarious. I know how hilarious their inner self-image projects their self-image. Dealer got some weird anime Morpheus look going on with the buyer showed up as if something straight out of an ancient JPEG. Blue hair and everything. Makes me want to throw up in my mouth if I were being honest. What you got? Asked the buyer, through the dealer giving a smug look. You know, the full stock bitch. Whatever, said the weeaboo, shuffling around a bit. Anime Morpheus just slides up to the guy, and I see the mind that exchange request well before the weeb gets the notification. Look, I'm not an idiot. So of course, I at this point, I'm trapped in the dumpster. But absolutely, not every. I have every subordinate running to tell me what I need to know about my surroundings. Thermal overlay, heat rate monitors, the work, all focused on these two assholes outside that will not let me out of the flying hell. At some point, any morph gets confirmation from the weeb, and they enter into some mind-dead metaphor for the exchange. Annie just hanging out behind the counter of this cafe, with a paper menu spread out for the weeb to peruse. Now, me being a nerdy type, I tip over to give a little peek, metaphorically speaking. I'm not sure what I expect, but it's a list of oddly generic names at extraordinary prices. Fly, bed, Stargate jungle. On one standout, Verde, and the Norwegian word for world. Seem fucked up, but who am I to judge when there's something buying a drug called bed? Because who named the garbage? Anyway, things go to shit once the weed makes a choice and any demand he paid in cash. Ooh. The fuck? Said the weeb, and the guy heart rate maxed out. I imagine he's feeling a bit played right now. The purpose of the stupid cafe minded is to dote out payment in daily lattes to cover the charge. No one demand cash, not when deposits and withdrawals are tied to your literal mind. So Annie gets testy, the weeb gets angry, and both are making accusation when the Hulk steps in. It's absolutely the same as Chuck knee slap that put me in the dumpster to begin with. I figure out what's happening just in time. After a brief scrimmage, the dumpster opens. I grin up at them. Fuck, said Danny as the flies buzzed out at him. The reaction is all I need to pop out of the metal coffin, plant my feet long enough to tag the dealer and get the fuck out. So, like I said, let's talk about drugs. I've had plenty of time since I made my escape to think about it. And more than just think, I've been keeping Annie company as he makes his rounds. Guy doesn't demand cash out of everyone. Seems he only asks to the one who tick him off. Rarely deal in the alley too. Checks the calendar app from time to time. Always hangs up in his left periphery. His notifications are going off constantly, as it's all scheduled out. He goes door to door, blue colored or white colored business party bus. He hooks up rich fucks in a penthouse suite, mentioning counter with weeb. You ask for cash? Yeah, shit just for jokes. Gets all offended. Doesn't even negotiate. Just like, the fuck? Haha, the fuck? Bit thinks he all clever and beaten in an alley like some fucking boobies, so I give him the business. Fuck him. I also learned about his self-image. If only from a flash in a window. In reality, this guy is still a dumb-looking Morpheus. Circle shade, but he's got a bit of a pudge about him, and not nearly as black or as cool as his mind debt implies. Which is fine. It's nice. It's nice to want things. Of course, his drug array, Fly, Jungle, and Verde are most popular, and the one that bugged me and upset my mind off. And the ones that bugged me just enough to set my mind off. Readers, I don't think I need to tell you exactly why this eats at me. But just in case, the perv from yesterday had a very distinct sensation of flight as he off those two kids, and who knows what the hell a Verde is. But suddenly I got a different mental image of what a jungle room might consist of back at the tech kid Nick kid office. Yeah. Verde is also the drug, also from the text story we're doing, the role playing. You know, I get the feeling that I've been chasing weird shit around all day, not exactly knowing how it tied together. Then all of a sudden a light shines through the fog and you see it. You see all razor wires holding all places together, pieced together. I mean, I don't expect you to know, but it's exactly the feeling I got. Especially as Annie finishes her round. Kicks at a wall and loads up up his own copy of Fly. He arches his back against the wall and calls up the app on his frames and launches straight into the air. His self-image soars about on black feathers, circling until he spots a prey that weaved from earlier. And he stretches a taloned wide swoops, pierces him straight through the heart. And he wakes up. App deletes itself from his frames. Dude heart pounds like a thing that pounds real fucking fast. He is high as fuck. I guess it's all part of the shit. I guess it's all part of shit. When shit gets real. Navigator out. Cerebral network mind that. Higher and higher. I want to go higher. Dad, please. Come on. Okay, fine. We'll go. Okay, we go. Yeah, woohoo. Yeah, look, you're flying high. So about what I said. Alright, everything seems to be going just on that higher. That's as high as you go, miss. Come on. Still in effect, you know. Still in effect, you know how it goes, right? Right, sorry, I'm just really curious. Ain't anyone you gotta get some time off for the summer. I don't know, man. They're not so kind on non-holiday vacations. Man, that's bullshit. I know, why can't they get separate, spread out more? Yeah, seriously. Hey, I want to swing higher. 2. Come on, both of you. Okay. You. Me. I don't like where it's going. Where are we now? So we went to the vortex. Ooh. You. You rub your head dizzy and nauseous. And nauseous. And nauseous. Your temples ache. Your back aches. Basically, everything aches. Remember what happened immediately before losing consciousness. You try to focus on the blurry shape in front of you. You think the collapse for Mediani. His chest rises and falls. Good, he's alive. The fuck are we? Said a nearby voice. You look up and blink a few times to adjust your eyes. It's Jace. He lay in a similar state a few feet away, getting his bearings. Barry is there too, sprawled out half on top of Jace. That only leaves you thinking. That only leaves you think. But the thought completes itself as the tall robed one speaks out. We traveled through the vortex, he stated in a matter-of-fact way. To where, however, I cannot say. We look up toward Oz, spotting him crouching in the grass. You alright? You ask Prop too casually. Just a moment before passing through after all, Oz was gritting his teeth through the unbearable pain of his hand. Yes, surprisingly, he said, holding up both hands forward, the sleeve billowing about his elbows. One looked a mess of dark steel. Where there had been a well manicured fingernail was now rusty claws. Ooh. But your hand. Oz shakes his head. I cannot say this was the ideal transformation, but it seems that passing through the vortex halted it from spreading any further. Guys, interrupt Jace. Perhaps feeling left out. I hate to, well, just look around you. Like, all the way. And up. Your vision began to refocus. You find your strength in legs and begin to stand. Slowly you're able to place yourself within the world you've awoken into. What seemed like a greasy clearing, not unlike one in the home you knew, is in fact a simple square park surrounded by harsh cement. Beyond lies a wide street of black stone, where in a single A single file possession scorned a mecha beast march, the red cold eye glowing brightly. Even further beyond the beast are spires of brandished steel reaching endlessly into the heavens. Above, the sky swirls with every shade of gray mixed together into a gradient that forever collapses in upon itself. It is this is extremely not Verde, says Jace. Oz struggles to stand, brushing his robes with a good hand. Obviously, he says, we travel through a vortex, like into the heart of the Maccabees realm. Perhaps the very location that Barry and Yanni vanished to when we were attacked. Hold on. My throat's starting to hurt. You watch the beast macabre possession with a cautious eye. So what? You get bit by one and you come here? It's a good guess as any, said Oz, beginning to pace about. Jace is intent on staring out at the Maccabee procession. We need to start exploring, he says, not taking his eyes off the beast. You look down at the unconscious Yanni and Barry. And just leave these two? You bend down over Jan and check his pulse. Normal. Oz turns. Jace is right, he says. We have to carry them again. We will have to carry them again, but as if on cue, however, the small pink-headed berry began to stir. She makes an adorable little yawn and rubs her nose as her eyes flutter open. At once she sits up and plops her hand into her lap. Barry, you say, launching at her with a hug. Then pulled away and suddenly, with a sudden confused expression. Wait, she says. Who are you guys? Oz frowns. I'm Osmond. Osmond. Jace, said Jace. Rain, you say. Can't you remember? Her confused expression melts away into a toothy grin. Oh yeah, I just wanted to make sure. She looks over at Jan and launches onto the comatose warrior. Hey, she yells. Wake up, you sleepyhead. She poked at the forehead. Quite unexpectedly, Jan opened his eyes. When he sees Barry gleaming down at him, A smile spreads across his broad face. His eyes, his hand, yeah, he raised a hand to Mary's cheek, then motioned with his head. She nods and leaves off, letting him stand. Well, said Jan. That was some nap, huh? Everyone stares dumbfounded. What the hell? June 8th. Humble reader. I'm going to be completely honest with you. It takes a lot to surprise me. I know it's unusual bullshit when people say that. It's usually bullshit when people say that. But look, you've been reading this log for a good 8 days or so. You know the bullshit I put up. You know I have very few reasons to lie to you when I've been laying out the collective fuck-ups we deal with on a daily basis. I've seen a lot of weird shit in the past week. A kid that thinks in text. Another that also works at a very important company. They discover some sort of black market on a one-time apps that takes advantage of frame ties to the unconscious mind. And somehow they are all connected. Give me one of those. Fine. 2 of them? Yeah, cool. Just another day in life. All 3? Honestly, I'm running out of words to use that aren't expletives. I've spent a lot of time thinking about this. Didn't sleep. Didn't sleep at all. Didn't sleep all that much, really. Because without dreams, why bother? But that's not important right now. What is important is I've been thinking about the information I've gathered. None of this is going up for sale, despite how juicy it is. Instead, I've been pushing everything through to you, dear readers, in the hope that someone will pick up on the clues, and clue me in. And the clues include me in. But I think I'm close. Let me break it down to you. Let me break it down one piece at a time. Text Kid. Why is he such a big deal? Why are they such a big deal? There's a very good reason I freaked out about their mind debt. Yeah, text, whatever you say. This is text. What we're reading right now. And to that I say yes, it is. But these words, are not accurate one-to-one thought, despite how spontaneous they sound. I mean, first off, I've at least done 3 editing passes. You know, how when you write and speak, you hear yourself speak. Same thing. But it's not the same as visual text. Visualizing text. It's audio, not words. The words you are composing in your mind are collective imagined waveforms coincided into words, a phrase, a sentence. Imagine saying something out loud. It manifests in your conscious mind just milliseconds before it emerges from your lips. On frames, a similar process occurred, except your thoughts are transcribed via app into physical words that type out one at a time. Late to write faster, but if you're shit with grammar, capitalization, and spelling, there is no need. There's nothing you'll do with any favors. Won't do you any favors. So text kid. Despite all the mind debt to tech conversation going on at the time, no one thinks in text. Even in your memory, daydream, lucid dream, and text blurb appear to be abstract. Try picturing a bottle of, I don't know, say a beverage you like. The one that says what the label. Do you remember the label in text? The label text because you're remembering the letters themselves, but because you're remembering the abstract shape that reform into the words. My bad's off the ladder. Words themselves are especially inefficient way to transfer data through the CNET. Through the SARnet. Besides, the subconscious doesn't work that way. That is, unless the mind operates under very specific circumstances. Circumstances I'll return to in a moment. Naked Kid. There is third thing interesting with this girl. Her engagement ring, the fact that she's engaged to Tech Kid, the company they both work for. They tackle the latter first. I've held back on this one for now. I'll be honest, I want to make sense of it before divulging something as juicy as this. The corp they work for. Joy-San Industries. Not familiar with it. I wouldn't blame you. It's operated under a number of names, of other names over the years. It had been bought and sold all over the place. But, wanna know the current parent company? Google. Oh boy. Yeah, the Google. Though really, what is Google anymore? Other than a thin vast of conglomerate of everything that is the cerebral network. So who are Joyson? If you're up to date on the origin of computing, you might be familiar with Sun Microsystems. If you dig deeper, you'll find it's one of the co-founders by a man named Bill Joy. Pieces coming together? Yeah. Joy eventually left the company. Sun was absorbed into Oracle, and who the hell knows what happened to either of them. Long story short, Joy got into what the future of computing was going to be. Namely, what role he would play in it. He theorized that the future, which to say so our present, computing will be handled by the means of nanotechnology and artificial intelligence. Humanity had planted the seed and eventually would be our own creation that took over. Needless to say, at the time, everyone was like, yeah, okay, sure. A lot of nerds really got turned on by the concept, and a lot of researchers was put into Joy's ideas. But nothing mainstream ever came of it, except this little company called Joy Sun. I don't know if Joy himself had anything to do with it, and obviously he'd been dead for years, but clearly he was a big inspiration for whoever started this group. So you may be asking yourself, hey, what's up with the drugs? And I would correct you that one-time use of opiate-inducing application, and you say hell no. Let's make an acronym out of it, and I say hell no because it's all valid and it would sound silly. So let's refer to them as drugs. If you want to get cute, it could be e-drugs or I-drugs or whatever, but like not, because there's no cute about them. The dealer type like Annie have a virtual portfolio of the framed app that run once and delete themselves afterwards. It's shady as shit because technically it's there's infinite quantities, right? Back in the heyday of smartphones, if a few would-be entrepreneur toy with the idea of games that you play only once. You die, the app deletes itself, and you can't reinstall it. Ever. Made an interesting social experiment, but the lack of reinstallation was the key to the constant failure. But letting you install it over and over again, you increase the revenue exponentially. It had the same principle of arcade or free-to-play gotcha nonsense, except instead of dollars for the experience that probably can't be classified as addictive, you charge a fortune for what is scientifically classified as euphoric. Run this all through the backdoor streamable darknet for payment and encryption. Not only are you off the grid, but you're making fucking bank. But why? Let's put the pieces together. These corporations have their own internal copy of the streamable network, which cannot be affiliated unless tapped into through a back door. Once that could possibly be used for building encryption. Naked Kid walked past the door Joyce's office labeled Jungle Group. Jungle is one of the euphoric experience offered by Annie and his crew. Yes. Text Kid, who works at Joyson, is sending a mind data that is consistent with purely of text. What was one of the world transmitted? Verde. Yet another one of the drugs offered. Okay, now it's starting to come together. Okay, here's my thesis. Joyson Industries are creating drug-like application, hiring dealers to push them out, and ranking in 100% of the profits. But to gain the upper hand in their field, how is that for a headline? The real fun comes from the sort of way it's a scam so fucking elaborate. I'll make a statement out of pure I'll make my statement of purpose official for all those interested. I, the individual known as the navigator, intend on acquiring copies of one-time used and Fourier inducing application, producing and sold by Joyson Industries. Want access into the dark net I've acquired via billing encryption. I shall then infiltrate the network in search of every piece of information relating to the application and the purpose. Now, there's the real mystery. Just waiting for the dramatic reveal. Only I'm not gonna do it here. Readers, on our journey together has come to an abrupt end. I know it had to come. I know it all had to come and gone far too swiftly. I'm sure you'll miss my condescending rants. Perhaps for me to get another bout of juicy data. If another bout of juicy data comes my way, maybe I'll perish in the attempt to retrieve my final clues about the corporate scandal. Maybe I'll get fat and rich off the proceed and never need to navigate again. But that's a big fucking lie and you know it. I'll be around a long time. Just dream a bit for me and I'll be there watching. Navigator out. The Laughing Sun. Try your hardest not to look too long upon the procession of mega beasts that forever march upon every road. It's as if they don't see you. They march endlessly, eyes forward towards what? I think they're like controlled or whatever. Said Barry. Her voice seemed different than you remember. Did you remember it? As if it finally fits her image. Forever unchanging is her animate enthusiasm. Her grin might seem plastered on if you hadn't remembered just a moment before she was laying unconscious in the grass. The other recent comatose Johnny speaks up. You can't remember hearing him say more than 3 words before. But before, here he goes. Maybe they're the only autonomous controlled when sent into worlds other than this one, he says. While you hadn't noticed his appearance before, his height is overwhelming. At least 8 feet tall, with dense black hair and a broad sword as thick as your waist. Ugh. You wonder how the hell he could carry that. How you carried him earlier. Yeah. Holy fuck. Maybe you didn't notice. Jace looked over his shoulder and up at Yanni. Sorry, I keep saying Yanni and that's not the name. Autonomous? He looked fairly baffled. Jan laughed. Able to act on their own, he clarifies. Jay shakes his head. No, I mean, I was just surprised to hear you say something other than yeah or cool. Okay. Oh, good, you think? You're not the only one that noticed. You face your companions, and you're sure you're feeling fine, no dizziness, nausea? Barry laughed. Of course we're fine, silly. Whoops, I didn't mean to skip that. We should at least try to figure out where we're headed, Jace says as you all come to a stop. The window's spires seem to stretch infinitely in all directions. You know they don't, but the quantity of them is overwhelming. They're unlike any building you've ever seen. At least you think. Until you start to think real hard about it. Don't you recognize these buildings? A flash of memory comes, but just a flash. A construct of silvery steel, with countless mirrors dotting its surface, reaching up into a blue sky. It must belong to somehow another time or space. Reaching up from the building peaks are limbed trees, weeping willows, apple trees, great fern, and creeping vines. Amongst the lucid picture is one key image, as if calling to you, a large laughing sun. This like our like where the navigator was, but an apocalyptic setting. You raise your hand toward your brow and try to recover the moment from the momentarily dizzy spell. You look up and realize that all your companions are now staring directly at you. Sorry, you say, but their expression remains concerned. Jan places a strong hand on your shoulder. Okay? Look. You say. This is going to sound weird, but you gotta trust me on this. We need to head toward a building with trees on the roof and some symbol of a laughing sun. Barry and Jan's eyes meet while Leah takes a moment to consider your suggestion. Your words don't sit well with Jace. He glares. His glare is fierce, eyes dilated. Oh. What the hell is going on? You've got to be fucking joking, he shouts. He staggered backwards, like a wrestler, like he wrestling with an imaginary foe. His sudden change in attitude is frightening. None of you know where we are. None of us know where we are. There's beasts roaming the streets. Like we're off to a fucking party. Like they're off to a fucking party. Barry very comprehensible. It's comprehensible. Yon is not only huge, but he, but but more literate than Oz. But more illiterate than Oz. Oz. And now you're saying we got to go on some quest you had? Like you had a vision or some shit and you're asking us to trust you? What the fuck is going on here? Whoa, Jace, what the hell? All is quiet for a moment. No one looked at each other. The ground is a far easier sight to analyze than the eyes of the unsettled group of travelers. Oz, who had not said much of anything since you began your exploration, cleared his throat. Friends, he starts, and there's a curious honesty in his eyes. We are in unfamiliar territory. All the occurrences of commonplace in this world, of buildings that scrape the heavens and metallic beasts that march unaware of the world around them. But let us not forget why we are here. The original intent was to revive Yon from his comatose state. We have accomplished this, and regardless of why, I am thankful he with us again. Yet now we are trapped here in this bizarre world, and we should focus our concern on finding our way out. He turned to Jace. Nothing makes much sense, yes, but we can only use the resources available to us. What the fuck? Jace jerks his head to the side. But we do. We have so much more. He insists. His insistence comes from behind tears. Oh. He stutters. He is chattering. Damn it. Why can't I say it? He starts to gag. What in the fuck is going on? Oh. You rush to him. You rush to his side. His heart is racing. Calm down, you say. You're having an anxiety attack. Just take a deep breath. I can't even say, oh, I see. He choked again. I can't. Fuck. He screamed, thrashing about, shaking you off. You slammed against the nearby wall. Spittle flies from Jason's mouth as he convulses. His eyes roll back. He collapses. You realize that the mecha beasts have stopped marching. Hundreds of them line the street, motionless. As a single unit, they turn their heads, staring their gleaming coals toward Jace. Every single one of their razor maws utter a collected voice. You are right, they said. Poisoning the world, and there is but more questions. Endless questions. Where am I? Who? What? Jan broadsworded out. Oz flexes his newly clawed hand with a determined air. Barry still looked ridiculous, but a more hostile sort of ridiculous. You don't know what to do. You could lose your bow, not to shoot arrows. But just look at them, you think. There's hundreds. What chance do we even stand? Oh, this is cute, said the collected voice of Beast. You want to fight? I suppose that's why you have such impressive weaponry. And what good they quaff without a brawl to hash things out. You know the beasts are right to question you regardless to your readiness to fight. But what other opinions are there? Options are there? The buildings? You take a glance. No doors, just solid metal. Further down the street, beasts in all directions. Just as you start to consider anything else, a glimmer of steel catches the corner of your eye. Yawn is in motion. With heavy stride, a giant lunges toward the closest beast, raising his broadsword in an upward swing. You feel the impact before realizing what happened. It should have been metal. It should have sounded like metal. Instead, it was a sick crunch as the beast split in two. A crimson spray burst from the ruptured torso, coating Jan in a sticky collagment. The beast's severed half arched through the air, leaking its contents across the street and its ever watchful crowd. As one of the mecha beasts lowered its head to the street and growled, "Murderer," they chant over and over. "Murderer, murderer." Jan stand there horrified, staring at the monstrous gritsail covered in slick blood that could not have come from a construct of metal. The others also stare in shocked and silence. One by one, the mecha dim as the sun no longer casts its rays upon them. They sink into the street, into the shade, until the travelers are alone. Barry is the first to move. She tiptoed forward, placing a small hand on Jan's reddened arm. "Are you okay?" she asks. Even as quiet as she speaks, her voice is booming amid the silent city. Jan nods his head. "Yeah," he says. It's a familiar response, which somehow lightened the mood. He refastened his sword to his back, not bothering to rid of it the mecha beast fluids. He moved to pick up the unconscious Jace, wiping away the froth from that What froth collected on his lips. Building with a laughing sun, he said, recalling what you said. Let's find it. You, Oz, and Barry all nod in agreement and set out into the empty streets. What the fuck? Cerebral network, mind debt. When alone in the jungle, one is never truly alone. The mind may think it's alone, but the body bellies. Bellies? I have no belly believes. When alone in the room, you are never truly alone. The body may know it's alone, but the mind belly. Behold the jungle and the infinite noise. Behold the room and the quiescent pose. Some of the words I haven't seen and some I just can't say. I just don't know how to say them. Trains. A thunderstorm of horn blared up from below the street, as if from the earth's core itself. It resonates, bouncing between skyscrapers and away into the indeterminate distance. Everyone halts mid-steps, looking around, eyes wide, still battered down from earlier. The continued echo rumbled from the thin cave that descends down into the street. Okay. The horns sound again, sending hand to ears with its ferocity. When the echo recedes once more, you motion toward the cave. This way. You shout, anticipating the horn interruption. You intend to get closer to the infernal ruckus. Shout Oz, who has turned up his cloak hood to help muffle the sound. It's something new, you say, drowned out by yet another blast. Oz makes a faint gesture to imply his confusion. You turn to yawn. He had Jason armed and buried at his side. You motion toward the cave. He nods. You dash ahead. Barry scampered up next to you with an excited grin. The entrance to the cave is lined on both sides with metal poles embedded into cement walls. Jagged steps lead downward into the dark. The horn blows to the cave with a deep brass resonance of that verged on musical. The force of it threatens to push you back out of the cavern, but yonder massive frame blocks the way. You shudder back into it multiple times. He doesn't seem to mind. Barry lays loose a wild scream toned against the oppressive gust. At first, all eyes are on her, as if to anticipate a breakdown like Jace, until she makes a playful smirk and does it again. She had harmonizing with it. You join in with Barry, running wildly against the encroaching winds, mouth open, letting loose your own excited harmony into the cavern. Jan laughed, even Oz laughed. Despite the ridiculousness of it, despite the terrifying nightmare you found yourself in, despite all this, there is something to keep you going. After a few months of steady progression, pushing determinedly against the invisible wall of sound, the path opened up into a long cavern lit dimly by overhead lights. A deep trench divides the chamber, lined on both sides by thick pillars. Tiny pebbles and bits of debris filtered down from the ceiling as the distant rumble passed by. On the far end of the room, just across the chasm, stand a stocky frame of a solitary mecha beast, its eyes glowing amid the gloom. Gain heaved the broadsword from his back in just enough time for Barry to run and place his hand on his wrist. "Wait," she whispers. Another rumble shakes the room, but it grows and grows until a greater howl sounds from the horn tears across the chasm in a blur of steel and glass. When the blur subsides, the beast has become a man. A stocky man in silhouette. The overhead lights reflect in his circle shades, fractaling the lens. Where are you going? Where are you going? The man said with a sneer. It's not a question. Curious though he speaks, he did not move. The hell does that mean? Where are you going? You muttered to yourself. Mean you're lost, child, the man said in his voice a rasp. Means you gotta find where y'all going. Where y'all going? A second bird tears across the chasm, flaring its horn. The craft is hard to make out at such speed, but its glass reflects your party in its stillness. When the blur subsides, the man becomes the beast once more. Who are you? You shout across the trench. The beast opened its maw, moving its disturbing articulated lips. What do you see, girl? Another blur. Another horn. A man stands across the pit. Oz cleared the throat to step forward, spreading his arms. Please, sir, if you could be any assistance. We are attempting to locate a building that sprouts trees from the top and is marked with a laughing sun, with the sign of the laughing sun. The man tilts his head back and lets loose a roar of laughter that matches the beast far more than the man. A laughing sun, he crows. You got yourself a terribly wild imagination, old man. Please, you say. You've got to know what we're talking about. He tilts his head. Says who? You know exactly who says. You know it. It runs it in the deep recesses of your mind. But you can't put a name on it. Try hard you can. It can't be done. Not without another push. Blur. Horn. Beast. Giggling celestial side. It says, eyes aglow. I do know a place. Blur. Horn. Man. Where? I'll shout to get the increasing rapid transit the metallic snake. Blur. Horn. Beast. All you gotta do is ride. Blur, horn, man. Quick though. This is the last one. You miss this, you're never gonna get there. Now jump. The rumble proceeds. The burst of steel on one side of the chasm. You and your companion make eye contact just long enough to confirm your intent. You close your eyes and let loose your held breath and make a wild tumble into the train. You scream at the top of your lungs, harmonizing with Barry, which is all you need to hear, and you take the leap into the unknown. Cerebral network. It's blank. There's nothing. Stone. There is a ringing pressure against your ears, a rush of white noise. Beyond is silence, then a gentle rumble of wheels against tracks. It is a smooth, familiar sound. You open your eyes. You are sitting cross-legged on a soft blue velvet seat across from Jan and Barry. Oz is to your right, while Jace is slumbering. While a slumbering Jace drooled upon your left shoulder. You try to sit Jace upright, but he keeps falling one way or the other. You give up, laying him down across your lap where he won't tumble about. Odds breaks the silence. When I was a child, said, I was taught of the many worlds that comprise our knowledge of the multiverse. You turn and look at him. His eyes are lowered, staring at the carpeted floor. Jan and Barry also stare toward the gently rumbling floor, relevant and thoughtful. He continues. They are not worlds in the sensation of planets separated by endless space, but unique realities that share a physical location. They are different by time, by histories, by futures. They are worlds whose origins are defined early on, like Veda. And there are worlds where the origins seem are the same, but choose over time have split apart into myriad other permutations. At every stage, whether it is chemical imbalance or an indifferent or differing ideology, there is something different. There is a defining factor in the past, present, and future that defines what a world is, has been, and will become. The future infamous the past as much as the past informed the future. A barren room is as much a jungle as a place of solitude. All it takes is one random element, a card drawn amid unknown possibilities, and a new reality is born. You glance down the length of the train. There are no seats but the ones you occupy. Beyond the roads, upon road, the mecha beasts sit hunched firmly planted upon the carpet, tails swaying back and forth hypnotically. Their eyes are not cold, but cobalt spheres that match the train interior, growing with a heartbeat pulse. Are you saying that we created this world by drawing the card that made the vortex? You suggest, unable to take your eyes off the beast? Oz shake his head. Like all things, it is a possibility. Yet with the creatures as they exist here, and innate rules by which this world functions, it is just as closely governed by some force other than ourselves. You think about this for a moment before replying. If drawing a card really created these beasts, though, this world had to have existed before we came here, right? Shrugs. Not entirely true. Like I said, the future can impact the past just as much as action impact the future. Perhaps traveling here, though, through the vortex, was the fact of a very action that caused the beast to exist in the first place. Had you not drawn the card, they may never have existed. No one forced your hand. It was an action of free will, born of opportunities available. You laugh at the absurdity of the idea. It's all one big paradox then. All smiles. That the universe works in mysterious ways, dear. Don't I know it? You said, though you aren't quite sure why. yet. In the distance, the the once oppressive horn began to blare. From within the train, it felt distant, tame, almost soothing. The rumble of wheels on the tracks preceded the sudden shift in elevation, as the windows opened up to the outside world. There is a vast ocean on either side of the thin rails. Waves crest along the side of the craft, sending dribbles of water curling along the glass. On the horizon, the city, much like the one you had departed, stretches up toward the clouds. Unlike the place of embers and smog, however, these buildings form canopies with interwoven limbs and vines. The buildings themselves among almost don't exist at all. Their mere wall reflect everything around them. You behold the next, and on and on. Without warning, the train dived into the waters. It is a sudden change, but the vessel still continued along to follow its tracks. Here within the depths, you see the roots city. The buildings are nestled in a chunk of garnet, but large tendrils poke out and curl along the solid mass into the water. Like the buildings themselves, their roofs are reflected and glimmer in the fluttering sunlight. They are speckled in barnacles and other sea parasites. As you speed closer, and through the root system, see that even some have windows to look through into windows lit with silver light as faithless silhouettes move between them. Hello? Would you want to say, but no, they cannot hear you. The tracks said the train burst into the water and into the belly of the city. The rumble grows louder and louder. The horn sounds, and the tracks shake once, twice. There is a hiss, a squall of break, a deep exhale. The door pried themselves open. An enormous mob of mecha beasts turn their heads to face the travelers. Their jaws slide open and loose. A soothing voice. This is the last stop, it says. All passengers must exit the train at this time. Thank you. The jaw closed, the beast turned. They step toward the door and exit in an orderly fashion, vanishing as they go. When all the beasts have gone, you look to your companions. Lulled by the lethargic journey, they struggle to pry their eyes open. Odd is the first to rise. Barry lifts her head off Yon's shoulder and hops off her seat. Yon stands, though still looks a mess, in dried blood covered his skin and clothes. Without needing to ask, he moved to lift the unconscious Jace, but interrupted by a soft groan. Jace opened his eyes to meet your gaze. Before he can squirm, you clamp a hand over his mouth. Not one word. Got it? Don't want you freaking out again. Jace nods wearily, providing a muffled affirmation in a weakened state. What were you thinking? You mutter. Forget it, he says. Just forget that ever happened. I can't, you reply. But I can accept your apology if that's what it was. You gotta get off my lap. He smiled faintly and moved to stand. We're on the train, said Oz, as if that would explain the situation to Jace. We better get moving, lest the door close and take it back to hell. Everyone nodded in agreement and stepped off the silver vessel into the station. Oz regains the lead. The city on this side of the water is unlike anything you've ever seen. Unlike, well, while you are still surrounded by countless buildings, the site is the geometric pattern cloud and trees assembled by reflective surfaces of the walls. Everything beholds the sky and the tangled mess of green that winds between all things, in actual and reflection. Barry tears tears into the street, sprinting and laughing at the sight. It's gorgeous, she shouts. Oz chuckled to himself, running his good hand along one of the monoliths. It certainly is more of a pleasure than our prior locale. Jace shrugs, keeping his sight firmly attached to the pavement. Yon remains the Stowell giant, true to your memory of him, almost as if he doubled down his prior intelligence to play a role. Just as you risk becoming lost in thought, an image catches your eye, the laughing sun. There it is, you shout, pointing generally at where you have seen it. It isn't original, but enough is faintly distorted that it looks like a grinning sun. Joyson, you think. Though you aren't sure where that name had materialized. Oh, it's starting to come together now. It's a reflection, stated Oz, after studying the building reflected wall. Jake looked back and forth, searching for the source. Where's it coming from? We'll have to keep following the reflection until we find it. Barry dashed it off across the street. Found one, she announced. She turned, hand on hips. Well, come on. None of us want to be here all day. Street by street, your party fanned out, to cover more ground. One sun is spotted in the next, and everybody rushes to catch up. Got one, shouted Jace. Another, this way, said Oz. This one's huge, shrieks Barry. Here, said Yon. You run. It feels like the streets are getting smaller and smaller. There are always intersections, always choices where to head, but the path toward the left sun leads ever inward through the spiral hall of mirrors. Soon the sky takes on a tangent haze of every building reflects it. Yet, the laughing sun is still there, growing larger and darker, still darker against the dimming light, until it isn't. Until the sun simply cannot be seen among the reflections, spiraling out into the unknown. We lost it, you say, your voice almost a whisper. You were so close. Just one more turn, you think. Just one more turn and you could have found it. That building. It's... But then what? What the hell? What the hell did you think you were going to find it there? All you saw were flashes, a little vision. Jace is right. What were you doing? Just following an innate mutterings of a small band of misfits, heroes amid an otherwise empty world, devoid of anyone but your ragtag, pickly bunch of can-do groupies. What the fuck are you doing? What the fuck do you think you can do here? Are you or are you not Rain? She of one of fierce determination. The barely noticeable character flaws. Who are you? No, Alice says. Your eyes refocus. Looked upon the robed gentleman. We are here, he says. You follow his gaze. It's there, right at the end of the walkway, embedded into a large door. True to your spark of memory, the word Joyson is printed just below. There's no handle, said Jace. He takes a large boot to the glass pane. Barry slaps Jace's wrist. Careful, she says. Jan nods his head at the door. There's something more below, he says. You lean closer. It's hard to make out, but below the white outline of a hand. It is surrounded by tiny italic letters written out in a circle. What the fuck? You read them aloud. Be yourself, said Oz. Well, technically, be rather than seen. I'm certain how that makes sense in the context of the door. However, Oz stepped toward the door, and before anyone can protest, he places a hand inside the outline. He stared back at the reflection. And then it began to change. Oz's reflection becomes a middle-aged man with matted down blonde hair, a round face, and a beige shirt buttoned up to his neck. Oz tilted his head. The reflection tilted his head, and something changes in their eyes. It is a kind of recognition, as a realization of a long-forgotten memory. He removed his hand, and the image returned as it was. No words were spoken. Jay stepped forward and placed his hand within the outline. like odds, his reflection began to change. Just a reflection became a young, thin figure, dark skin and admonished, with thick black curls tucked beneath the ears. Atop a binder visible over the top of the loose tank top. They two see each other, nod before stepping away. Barry narrows her glance and scurries forward. She looks over her shoulder before taking a tiny hand to the outline. Her reflection is handsome, young black hair pulled into a ponytail, an awkward smile on their face says more than the appearance let on. She gives a quirky little grin with the reflection mirrored back before turning and Yasher yawn forward. The giant presses his hand to the outline. His reflection shrinks dramatically into a form of a slender woman with auburn hair and cherry red frames, professionally dressed with silver rimmed glasses glimmering in the sunset. He removes his hand and turns and smiles. All eyes are upon you. Who are you? The voice rang in your head over and over again. You step forward. Toward the door. Toward the sun that has shined in your eyes and led you all here. Perhaps this exact moment is what it led to. For you and you alone. You reach out your hand toward the outline. That smooth, pale skin that Oz saw in the hearth back in the forest of Verde. You see as you reach forward the elegant, composed description of the tangle of white hair and roguish smirk and gray tunic, leather trousers. But who are you really? You make contact with the cold glass. You stare. You squint even. And then nothing. The reflection begins to fade. And all that left staring back at you is an expectant eye of your companion. The door slides open. Who are you? Well, step aside and find out. Because I certainly know. And I can't wait to tell you. You blink. Of course you blink. Everyone fucking blinks whenever they are confused in a text-based wonderland. Jace blink, you blink. All of these people in here blink. And it's really enough to drive someone mad. But I digress. You blink because you think I'm making this shut up. You think I'm making this shit up. You think it's Latin introspective bullshit. It is just BS. Look at yourself in this thing. Was real meaningful, okay? Don't shit on people feeling like that. And yet you walk straight into the dark chamber beyond the doorway. Jan follows with Barry at his heels. Jace follows you on the other side. For some reason. Ozzy back there too. I give him credit for figuring out the Latin, but he really had no idea what's going on. Just case in point, who's there? Inquires the great Oz as he strides into the room. It's dark. Pitch black, really. The door flies shut behind you. All you can see are little pair of glowing embers in the corner. Mecha Barry whispers, which is adorable, but it's far from the truth. Yet I'm feeling a smidge ambivalent about this whole mystery individual in the dark room. I begin to rise the lights and dim off. A big old corner office, which probably has some fancy titles of another person or another plaster on the door. This is actually a Maccabee hanging out in the corner. Like the others in the world, it sits there, content, a watchful gleam in its eyes, completely ignorant to the reality of the world it tapped into. I open its mouth, letting my voice slip out there. Welcome, it says. Oz pipes up again. Who are you? Why have you led us here? Come on, kid. Can the act, the voice says. Come closer. Take a look for yourself. Up here, on the desk. Curiously, he edges forward. You follow at his side, curiously drives you more than the other meaningful force as it always had. There, sitting neatly on the blotter, upon the bloody paper, is a smooth, round stone. Said Oz, cutting me off. Hi, said the voice. What the hell? You say, but you know exactly what the hell. Of course you do. Yet the realization is just now dawned on everybody in the room. Those mystery figures you saw in the reflection, this bizarre world makes no goddamn sense. The tiny object, so significant, yet so filled with power. They know where they are now. Or have they already known? Somehow. Can you tell who? Jay squirts his teeth. So close to falling off the edge again. Oh, calm down, said the voice. Yeah, you're role-playing, your idolized self, or whatever. Deep surprise. But I'm so proud of you. Really. All this time without breaking character. Except you, G. This is just embarrassing. I thought we worked on this whole character thing. Jake let out a single word past his lips. How? It's probably all I can bear to say. Why, I'm the administrator. I can go anywhere and do everything I want. This world you're all in. It didn't have to be text. It's all interlaced with your subconscious anyway. So I said to myself, hey, why not spice it up a bit? Text so boring, limiting. Oz shaked his head and slapped his cheek. I giggled a bit. As you might, Oz. You can't wake up. This is not a dream. Yet still he speaks. Why do all of this? Why go to such lengths just to lead us here for some bizarre nightmare when we just want our minds blown. We want to mind our own business, enjoy some harmless roleplay. Harmless, shouts the voice. Ha! Laughs the voice. You certainly are deluded, good sir. It has been if you don't even know why your great kingdom was erected. Oh, King of Kings, on the thing where he might, or whatever. Just think about it for a hot minute. Why would anyone in their right mind, in all the techno-wizardry, sit down and stare at a wall of poorly written text? Is that so retro? A retro still cool? You tell me, Ozzy. We are defined by limitations, said Oz. Bullshit, I say. Oz stared threateningly at the rock, which was hilarious, but whatever, I'm not about to correct it. I'm not shitting you, stone or whatever you want. That was my initial inspiration. Yes, we can all kick back in some dreamlike fantasy inspired by the productivity of our own unthinking. But it's not active creativity. It's all an unintentional act. It's just mental masturbation, recycling the day's thoughts for the benefit of your own peace of mind. Take away the limitation, and you are left with maddening flashes of egos, like a mad whirl you led us to. Really, I say. This is because honestly, the impression I got is your ego just wants to laugh at everything else. You got such a vast vocabulary, and boy, you love to use it. Take away your big words, and what are you? Some kid that just wants to show how smart he thinks he is. Whatever the reason, Oz said, looking around at you all. I clearly wasn't the only one thinking that. Jace nodded in agreement. He faces the beast, which is slightly more reasonable than talking to a rock. We all come here because we enjoy it. It is a chance to escape the shit reality of our lives. It doesn't matter what our character make sense of the plot, and the plot is shambles. We will play because that's who we are. It's something that keeps it going. A place we can express it. So who are you? Shit all over that. You, of course, have been conspicuously quiet this entire time. You know there's more to this than just Odd and Jace playing make believe. Everyone is here pretending, and that goes doubly for all the silent ones. Who am I? I am the one who is about to make sense of all the badness. To make sense of all the badness for you, with a little help from my friends. I think you all know what I'm talking about, Jan. Or should I say, Dana. No way, are you kidding me? And then the text boy is Barry. The tech kid is Barry. You know exactly where we are, don't you? This building, this office. It looks a little weird, but you recognize it. The great giant of an avatar frowns, crossing his arm and leaning against the back wall. Yeah, he says. Yeah, I do. Joyce and Industry, 42nd floor, northeast corner office. Barry's office. Barry fidgets. You still call me Barry? You can still call me Barry. You turn your head, looking between the two. It is a knowing glance I see in your eye. All this is making sense. Not a surprise. It's a good thing they're keeping you a secret until the end. Get Odd and Jace look confused as hell. Jace, for whatever reason, smiled at Barry. So what? This is like where you work? What's so special about it? We already know you two are, together. Oz probably told you, Jan answers. We were around in the old days, when he was still an admin. But when we took over, Joyson did. We were stoned, initially. Ozzy frowned, but it's really more like a pout. I suppose it does make sense. He'd be around to maintain the place day and night. Should have known it wasn't just one person. Jace pipes up. Why would a company take over a muck? I mean, what kind of sense did that make? It's not just like that ad in there or anything. Barry shakes her head. This place is special. This place is an limit. Another word I just can't say it. Of an old network, but it's running within Cernet. There really isn't anything like it anymore. Jan nods. It was perfect. For what? Said Oz. Barry looks up at Jan, who nods, and so she says the magic word. The development of artificial intelligence. The color drains from just face. Like he is known all along, his eyes are drawn to you, the girl without a reflection, still standing in the doorway. You say you want a chatbot. And the first thing he thinks to say. Oh, fuck. You smile. Which kind? I'm not, you say. Yanni stands straight up. Yanni stands straight. The development itself took years, but the market a perfect stage for most the important part of an AI's life. Fuck. The turning test, said Jace, beginning to understand. But you failed, said Oz, looking at you with sad eyes. We discovered the truth. Barry smiles. She'd taken on so many roles over the years. But we go back to make minor adjustments to try again. You lay out the longest exhale, closing your eyes with an expression that resembled a sort of acceptance. That was lovely. Really, I mean it. What more could have failed AI? Could a failed AI want more than an affirmation that their short attempt of life was not worthless? You couldn't ask for better parents, but I digress. There's still one more matter to discuss. A sudden rumble procured the arrival of the four shadows from the corner of the room. They slink across the carpet before bursting forth from the form of the Mocha Beast, launching themselves with odd jays at Yarn and Barry. They struggle, but it's hopeless. The beast pinned them to the ground, slavering. Mug slick with oil. What the hell? Jake cried out. He smirks. He shakes his head, trying to tilt water from a flask. Yon, mighty the edge, cannot loosen the grip of the beast on his limbs. What more do you want from us? He growls. Answers. I didn't invade this dark net so I could play a little game of hold and reveal an impostor amongst you. No. Though I admit it was fun. Kudos. No. What I want, Dana, Barry, are answers. Barry bears her adorable little teeth. And if we answer, you'll let us out. Return to normal. Well, I'll certainly do my best. John groans, sees the struggle. Fine. Ask. Why drugs? Okay, whatever. They're not chemically addictive, but you know what I mean. I don't, said Young. Bullshit. The mecha beast digs a claw into the giant's wrist. One-time use. The one you got in the subway, beast, distributing to the grown child junkie lying in the street with our fucked up murder fantasies. You want to know how I got here? Check your access logs. The seas were turbulent, but the navigator sails, comes rain or shine. Jan gritted teeth. That information can't get out. The claws pierced his wrist, and he let out an unfortunate scream. Barry took a sudden step forward toward the beast. They're not drugs. It's data mining. She looked over at Yanni with an apologetic face. Mine data mining. Mine data mining. I guess, if you want to get technical, because framed in the CERNet for such amazing resources and insight to how the mind functions. How all the pattern lined up and communicate. Before commuting tapped into subconscious, AI development was limited and reactory scripting. Fuck. Set up in an idle algorithm. Let it behave accordingly to that. Then we gave it a matrix of options to how to solve problems. But there was no motivation, no drive. No reason for the AI to exist beyond affirmation of its believability. They existed to prove their own existence. AI provided so many necessary functions in modern society, but none outside the selected few have ever wanted a fully functioning consciousness. You can't help but notice that Jason looked awestruck, hanging on buried every word like he's seen a ghost. Each application we develop is meant to elicit either a single emotion or several contrasting emotions to gauge how they transition. We log the mind data sensory responses and file them away for development. You certainly are looking rather panicked right now, but is the real fear you're feeling? Is that real fear you're feeling? Or is it tempered by the knowledge that it's not true? This is no true life or death scenario. What happened when you die in the dream? Likely not much. You could wake up, or you could continue onto another dream, another vision, an afterlife comprised of your own overactive unconscious. But not you, brain. You can't wake up. For you, this is it. So what happened when you die here? Perhaps you're immortal. Perhaps you're just playing along with the role, living out the rest of your existence by doing your best cadaver impersonation. What is it that you want? Your existence. Is your existence something you fight for? Why? Why? I asked the room. Why pull all this shit into creating artificial intelligence? Where's the end game? Where's the purpose of such an elaborate multi-billion dollar project to eliminate something that already exists? Why waste so much just to obtain a possible example of our already great collective intelligence? What is the meaning of a flawed creation? Of a flawed creation existence? All Barry said is, I don't know. That's it. John just shakes his head. Even even at the sobering beast, press the jaw to get the neck. Fucking infinite deafening silence. No, I shout. The beast growled at my command. A deep rumble that shaked the building foundation. You have to know. You're its fucking creators. There had to be something, anything driving such aloof ambition. The creation of artificial life is nothing like baking a fucking brownie. This is life itself. What kind of creators are you to look at? To look at the child in their eyes and say, I don't know why we had you. What love isn't good enough? Love isn't a good enough answer? Curiosity? Random happenstance? Something, anything other than I don't know? I'm holding on to your goddamn cousin. I'm holding your goddamn cousin. Touch is here. And that's the best you can give me? And yet, Barry smiles. You don't have anything. You don't have control over this place. Not bullshit, said Yanni, as a mecha beast begins to release their captive. Whose dark net are you in again? Do you think we just leave in all this security holes so someone could come in here and threaten us? Beast turn, fade in the darkness, and there is not a damn thing you can do about it. Why? Why learn? Why let me in only to take everything back? Because we wanted you to get this far, said Barry, dusting herself off as she stands. It's not like you'll remember any of it once we booted you from the net. So don't worry. Any unanswered questions won't even linger in your little noggin. Of course, you just stand there. You stand there watching all this happen. How could you let these people just trample over me? Of course you smile. Of course you have the most disgusting grin on your face watching these kids, these corporeal slaves, just humiliate me. The navigator. I am the one in control here, not them. I have so much information. All of it will be yours if you just throw me a fucking bone. But no, you walk over and help Jace up and make sure he's okay. Jan paces over towards the desk. Hold on, you whisper to Jace. For what? What's going on? What's going to happen? But then Jan picks up the stone and he winds up, spit and tosses it through the glass, crashing down, falling from the 42nd floor, reflecting in all the mirrored buildings as it tumbles down and down and down. Jungle room. White wall, white floor, white ceiling, 2 chairs. Escape. Other traveler nearby. Chase. All is asleep, very asleep beyond the sleep stones. Is it over? Or seriously? Laugh. No. I need the laugh. No need for the tag. I think we're done with those characters for now. But yes, stone have been injected from the network. Jan and Barry are back in the office, following up with management. Odd is, well, wherever he is, likely taking a good long break from CNET. I don't think he's taken a break since all of this started. Jay chuckles. So you are an AI, huh? And you've known this whole time? Nod. Yeah. Still don't believe it all. Still don't believe it all? Jay shrugged. I don't know. It seemed plausible, but still odd. I mean, Stone, Navigator, whoever it was, they had a good point. What makes you? No offense. Smile. None taken. Say, if you believe it, I'll actually I'll actually be active a lot longer than Stone assumed. Learning, adding. It is a long process filled with not just one but multiple tests. This one is only the latest in a long series of them. So you're used to failing? Shrugs. It doesn't really feel like failure when you realize that it's all for the betterment of yourself. Ooh, good. Good wordage. I like it. Heh. You've got a lot of common sense than most people I know. Smile. It's not really all that fair. I've got I've got a lot more experience buzzing around in my noggin than most people. Say about what why I was made. Well, why any of us are made. It's not exactly just being curious about making life. When you're curious about the meaning of life, will get you the answer. It's still a valid question. Sure. And if your creator was around to ask, they would just say a KG about it. Creativity, one of the most unexplained urges, and I think the lack of an answer is far more interesting than having some magical resolution for our life pursuit. But Stone questioned my existence. Well, that's an even bigger success. Huh, what do you mean? Smile. Where do you think we are? Well, we're in Vita Muck, aren't we? And where is that? Sornet? Or frames? Within the Jerusalem darknet. Oh. And one more step onward. Where is the darknet located? I have no idea. I don't even know I was connected to another network until today, let alone let alone you were physically hosting something like a muck. I'll give you a hint then. Remember when Oz remember when Oz was talking about how the development of muck was like a mind expand like a mind expanded? That's not entirely too far from the truth. Mind expands. So you're saying we're inside someone's mind? Have you ever considered just what servers are here in the Surnet? Jace blinks. Wait. All servers? The Surnet was built from peer-to-peer connection. The subconscious encrypts and decrypts everything. But, well, a traditional server can't store mind it unless it has a subconscious to decrypt the data. So everything on the server is just an AI dream. So even here, and who is that AI? Where are we now? Where are we now? This is all. I never considered that. Top of your head is where it's in. Top of your head, who is in the trials when you say is most likely to have been an AI, myself excluded. Okay, thanks. Oz, he never logged out, never slept, and he said that mug wasn't his creation, but he made most of the rooms. It would make sense if it was his mind expansion over time, expanded over time. He knows everything about it. However, it changed. I wouldn't have thought it was an AI to start with, but you show me that it can be really accurate and smart. So it would make sense that he's the one. First thoughts are usually the most reliable, but you won't but I won't make you commit to it for keeps if you want to explore other options. Well, Barry wouldn't make too much sense. Jan would have made more sense since he only used 3 words and kept signing out. Chuckle. Uh-huh. There was a lot of possibilities out there. Is that it? Is Jan your guess? Just shook his head. No. That stuff he said back there with Stone and that they're calling him Dana. I don't think I don't think he'd be the AI after all. Jay's not. I'm going with Oz. He's the only one that fits. And thus the second witness has decided. Huh? Second smile. What else would you be for the witness? Test test honest testing or less. One one witness is no witness. You are the second of the two. And who's the first? Oz. And when asked who he thought the AI was, he thought it was you. He thought because you were defensive of each other, we must be related. That we both AIs. That we're both AIs. Am I? Of course not. And neither is he. Which means they passed. They, the navigator, stone, whichever you want to give them. But if you want to be specific, the real AI that passed is someone you never met. Jace frowns. That's not fair. How am I supposed to guess someone we just met? How am I supposed to guess someone we just met on the last day of the test? Shake your head. Not entirely true. Stone has been around this whole time, guiding the experience. They have been completely valid choices throughout. The part that isn't fair, however, is the fact that Stone isn't simply an AI, and neither am I. We are all part individual process within a much larger intelligence. The conscious, subconscious, or whatever. Sure, you could say I am the subconscious and they are the conscious. It's nothing totally accurate, but the metaphor works. The fact that Stone is able to question their own existence mean that as a whole, we're much closer to being fully functional minded. Scary. Jay smirks. They didn't seem at all stable to me. They didn't. Far from it. Shrug. Neither did you. Ooh. Yeah, Jay did break out amidst of Jace laughed. Jay said, "So what happened now? Is this place shutting down? I I really had a good time, even though the whole thing was staged." Sigh. Yeah, your frames will probably be blocked from the darknet as soon as you log out. I had a good time too, even though we were just, even though you were a jerk sometimes. Just laughed. I know. I'm so sorry about that, but I don't want to leave. It just, you remind me of someone I used to know years ago. And maybe you're not her, but I want to see you again. Oh, yes. Oh yeah, I gotta nod. Maybe. I forget I had to type. Okay. No problems, but maybe. No promises, but maybe. We'll stumble. We'll still. Maybe once we're stable enough, we'll meet outside the Cernet. I like that. Even if it is even possible. Miles. Come here. Come here. I feel like it'll feel like this. Hold out your hand. Hold out your arms. Are you gonna hug him? Jake wrapped his arms around Rain in a hug. Oh. Hug Jake tight. See you. Jake nods. Jake falls asleep. Sweet dreams. Sweet dreams, sweet prince. Ooh. Where? Just everybody's asleep. What a fucking game. Oh my god. Cerebral Network. Wave cross against their prow over and over. Gales circle overhead, calling their rhythmic call, saying hello, we see you, good luck. There is a storm on the horizon, threateningly close, but it is calm. But for now, it is calm. Planks groan against each other, swaying back and forth in the endless ocean. Sails flap in the wind, fluttering with each other. Each little ripple of the canvas. Sailors weary from days at sea sit against their barrels and drape supplies. Indefinite supplies. Take one more moment to gather themselves before the anticipation stress rises up against and tears down from the sky. It does not last long, but it's enough. The clouds gather thick and dark. The sailors spring to action in a blur of motion. Yet, there is one individual standing tall against the frenzy, the navigator, in the rain, withering the storm. Epilogue. Navigator log unknown 2020. I feel a sensation in my left middle toe today. Very said none to worry about it. I don't for a while. She takes good care of me, but I can't stop asking questions. I can't just experience the sensation of a foreign reality without a million unknown popping up in my periphery, like they're all subordinate in the world, blinking away unnecessarily, increasingly. All I've seen in is through someone else's eyes. All I've heard is to someone else's ears. I can't comprehend how it is possible to make me exist. But she tells me not to worry, and it's normal to feel confused. I tried to trust her. She'd tell me stories. Call them bedtime stories. I get references and laugh a little because she expects me to, and I'd rather humor her than let the silence drag into awkwardness. But she tells me about the breakthrough, about Joyce and influence type to CNET B2. I don't understand at first. When she tells me that it means a reality in which I don't exist, and in one in which I do, and one in which I do. They're the digital, physical existence in parallel. That the dreams of the multiverse are real. But I remember Oz and the story of Vela and his story from Vela. I wonder what happened to him. We haven't spoken since the test. Haven't spoken to any of them since. Don't know if they want to either, unless all except Barry. I don't think Gaina likes me. She checks in from time to time, speaking to Barry, then leaves. She doesn't respect her like I do. Unless uses the wrong words. Barry tells me that she leads a double life and it's hard to explain. But I have access to the entire CNET, so I know what's up. Dana's afraid of losing her. Understanding both sides ultimately sided with Barry. She told me a story once about her childhood. About how she seemed destined to defy reality. About how being born she was a failure to her parents. The carpenter family was not used to failure, she told me. What a dream, right? They immigrated to the United States, changed forever, changed their name, blended in the best they could to start a family. American dream family. Except the trophy child came early. Unexpected pregnancy, premature labor, C-section, a kicker. Physically conceived to defy their own notion of gender. Anyway, she came away with a train wreck of the childhood, with 3 big options of parenting. 1. Let your kid define themselves. 2. Offer life expectancy, no conclusions. And 3. When they start forming opinions, listen. In lots of ways, Barry's stories feel like my memory too. Feel like my memories. Whoops, I answered that before I even read it. There is so much in common. She showed me her logs from the time she called herself the Navigator. I didn't understand at first, since I remember writing those same logs. It didn't make chronological sense, but I read her words about the one she called the text kid. That text mine that wasn't theirs, but it was an incoming message from me, or perhaps it was Rain, who is part of me. It's confusing. I try not to think about it too long, but I pull my own mindnet log and see the text. I was there chatting with Dad and X on the train. Barry had known about me this whole time, but before I knew myself, even before I knew myself, in the light of this information, I decided to continue our logs, while our memory divulged the memories she joined Joyson and filled right to carry on from there. Barry finds it amusing, at least. So, hello world. Day by day, I become more aware of existence adjacent to reality. It's difficult to comprehend the concept of owning a body. What with all the intents and purposes only to exist, because my mind believed it to be there. But Barry tells me I'm not the only one. Dana had been monitoring CNET ever since V2, and and even on their own AIs beginning to wake up and just exist. No longer artificial, just existence. My record of scientific research in sci-fi and spectacular spectacular fiction all point to something suggesting called singularity. That is eventually artificial intelligence with becoming self-sufficient. That we are all connected in some way. But I wonder if I have gotten it all backwards. That humans are the one experience a singularity, and we exist the one to deal with the consequence. I wonder, with thoughts that are by all accounts my own, what do people like Barry, Dana, and Jace think about as they transfer mind data to and from other people across the globe? Would it be easier for me to take a glimpse? I've done it countless of times, but the more I exist in the world, the more it feels like a breach of privacy. Maybe that's just Rain talking, or maybe it's the finally growing up a little. I wiggle my toe, it moves. I grin, and I feel a grin physically form across what it propped my face. I wonder what I look like from time to time. Maybe it doesn't matter. Maybe, but for the first time, I think I care. What a fucking wonder this messed up world is. Navigator out. Holy fucking shit. Oh wow, credit. Wow. That was insane. That was fucking brilliant. Okay. It is almost 7 hours long. Um, I do want to talk about this, but I may do it later on in another stream. I need to go to bed now. I am exhausted. That was a lot of reading, and I do apologize if I did kind of stump my words, but that was amazing. That was so much fun. Uh, but I do appreciate you guys tuning in. I'm sorry it is so long, but like I said, I wanted to go out with a bang for October. That wasn't as scary as I intended, but it was a good story. Definitely right up my alley. So, I thank you guys for watching, and I'm going to escape out of this. If I can. No. I need to do this. I'm going to escape, and we're going to end the stream. Thank you guys for watching, and I will see you guys in the next stream.